Gotta give that cavey boar paddock outside. Because our cavey boar over here is getting hungry. Actually, you know what? Got these large harvesting areas. Also, just make that a pen pasture. And put that one cavey boar out there. It is a named cavey boar. Hello, verifiably human. How are you? I just word battled for a second there. But the engraver gets a statue. Statue gets an engraving, and an engraver gets a statue. All right, I think the military gets a break. You guys can go hang out in the tavern for a little bit. This dwarf's good. This dwarf just trained through a snowstorm. No bad thoughts about it. Focused with satisfied needs. Muthcat, she is unfocused after being unoccupied. She is level-headed after spending time with people. That's good. Has it been 1,000 years yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I mean, like, guys, are we there yet? Has it been 1,000 years yet? I mean, it's been 1 year. Although we're in winter of year 2. So, I mean, we literally need to get to year 1005. We're on year 6. So, doing good. Making progress. One day at a time. I know it's a long ways off, but does anybody here actually think we're going to make it to the end of this? Like, genuine question. Do you think that we're going to make it? Yes or no? You doubt it, honestly? You want us to? It's a fun idea. It gives me a goal, and having a goal makes me keep playing. But here's a question. What do you think's gonna make me stop? Boredom? Or frame rate? I think boredom. Say we make it to 355 and are destroyed by fun? Fair enough. Boredom is a killer? Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing with boredom, right? My defense against the dark arts, aka boredom, is playing other games and taking breaks from it, right? Like, if it was, I'm only allowed to play this fort for the entirety, yes. That would kill us. 1,000%. But because it's... Oh, I can, you know, take breaks, do other things. I just hope that this fort doesn't die to frame rate. Like, if we don't make it, that's fine. I hope we die to a dragon, you know? I want to die to something fun. Also, speaking of, let's make a cage trap and put it here, 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 and here. I'm not saying I'm worried. But I'm a little worried. Like, if big titans show up, you can catch it and trap. I think I have cages. Pretty sure I told somebody to make cages. Here's the thing. Are worlds from this version going to be compatible with the Steam release? Yeah, I that's also a possibility, is we make it to the Steam release. No, time's relative, right? I think about it this way, Cassiopeia. We experience time differently based on the gravity, right? Like, if you're on a planet with extreme gravity, or that's near a black hole, time moves differently. See Interstellar as example. You know, they spend 30 years down on a planet, and one of the guys in the ship's like, "You've been gone for so long, I never thought you were coming back." And he's been in orbit for 30 minutes for them, but it's 20-something years for him. Subjectively. Time is subjective, as Tarn Adams said. Glum. Not one you see very often. Glum after getting into an argument. Do. What are you doing down here? Endok the Milker. You have kills. What have you killed? Oh. Killer of Endok. Or Endok, the killer of Dan. Were you friends with that dwarf? No relation. Interesting. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I will certainly try to run this fort on a new release version. But if it bugs out or crashes or anything, yeah, then I'd probably just keep it going on this legacy version, honestly. Buzzard is fighting with what? Oh, a buzzard is fighting with a kangaroo. Oh! We might be 1,000 years older compared to the Big Bang. Oh yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. I mean, one of my favorite theories of aliens on the topic of time is there's totally 1,000% other intelligent species in the universe. And it's insanely likely they're all dead. Because time killed them, their star exploded, they were in a spaceship that ran out of oxygen. There is a 100% chance that there already has been intelligent civilizations. And one of my favorite theories of that is it was us. You know, there is a 1,000, massively likely chance that we have been intelligent and advanced technologically in ancient history. And I love that theory. The theory of, oh, well, humanity's already had this technology. We just got hit by an asteroid and forgot it. Or we all killed each other and forgot it. I love those theories. Like, of course, you know, you kind of have to take them all with a grain of salt until proven fact. But, man, I love those theories. They're so much fun. So much fucking fun. Like, of course, like, Ancient Aliens, as silly as it is, we deposited ourselves on the planet, etc. Yeah, no, totally. Like, you'd be insane. Like, the world is so vast. The universe is so vast. It would be ridiculous to write off those possibilities, right? Fermi's paradox, intelligent species just have a tendency to invent really cool video games and decide it's easier to travel to Mars in a holodeck than actually going there. Yeah. Like, even if that shit's, like, mathematically ridiculous. Oh, shit, we got a goblin. Nemin. That's actually a credible scientific theory. Oh, no, totally. Right? Like, the idea that, like, oh, the molecules that put us on Earth came from a fucking comet. Us species evolved on Earth, built cities, got destroyed, and then we evolved is also a credible scientific theory. Because there are structures on Earth, and we have no idea how the fuck they got there. Not even like a, oh, well, humans built this, obviously. It's a, this is at the bottom of the fucking ocean. And it's built with tools that, like, we look at and we're like, how the fuck? You also like the theory that we are the first intelligent species. It puts everything in a different perspective. Totally. Like, it doesn't matter which one's real, Pusticle, because, like, we haven't found other intelligent life, right? It doesn't matter. But I love the theories, and I love thinking about the theories, which is why, like, it kind of ties back into Dwarf Fortress, and one of the reasons I love Dwarf Fortress so much is because how many decisions do you have to give a thing before it becomes intelligent? How many options do you have to give a thing before it becomes a brain? You know, it's like mushrooms, right? Like, how many connections does one fungi colony need before it's just a brain? An underground, invisible brain. Also, hi, Nervicious. Things are canceling. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Because they're standing where they're trying to build floors. It's like with the dwarves. Like, how many more connections does Tarn need to give these dwarves before they literally are sentient-ish? Fully sentient? No. Sentient-ish? Maybe. No, let's actually just leave this on repeat for a little bit. We're also going to make some lavish meals, just a few. Are you allowed to delete a save file? Oh, absolutely. But, like, I still have Dwarf Fortress Worlds from a year ago on this computer because I don't want to delete them. What are you doing? You're drinking? Oh, we managed to run out of alcohol. Ugh, I'm so sorry, Cole. You had to go through that. Drinking water. You were exhilarated remembering getting into an argument. We gotta keep an eye on this farmer. This farmer might make a good sheriff in the future. Bonjour, how are we doing, Prosectra? Hello. Imagine a future where NPCs are so advanced that we could be arrested in real life if we harm them. I mean, define NPC. Isn't another human being a non-playable character? Like, other intelligent life is a non-playable character. If you want to think about it, like, think about it that way. You can get, like, existential if you want, but I don't know. The thing that really annoys me about people, I guess, with this discussion is when you have people that simply write off the fact that there's intelligent life out there because they, and yeah, this is religion at this point, but like, it bothers me when there are people out there that say, oh, this doesn't exist because a creature that we as a culture made up said it doesn't exist. It's like your imaginary friend can't exist because my imaginary friend says it doesn't exist. And stone withdraws from society. And immediately claims a mason shop. Plus some RNG, you don't want silk. Grabs a nice boulder, grabs some leather, and begins a mysterious construction. Stone, any bets on what you make? You grabbed grizzly bear leather and some nice stone. Fingers crossed to make something cool. We're a single soul being reincarnated over and over and over, but like we haven't proved that souls exist, right? Then everyone is a playable character? Sure. But what is a soul? And is everyone else a playable character? Because then another soul is occupying that thing. Sure. But I don't believe in anything inherently, right? I like to think about things being a possibility. I like to think about the concept, right? Like, I enjoy thinking about the concept of reincarnation. Sure. I don't believe in reincarnation. There's a difference between enjoying contemplating the concept of something and believing in in something, if that makes sense. This is a weird conversation, but I like it. I mean, we are made out of space matter. If you that's not a theory, that's a fact, right? Like your body is made out of matter, right? Matter recycles. Yes. But the connections in your brain that create you don't recycle. What's happening? We just had our second artifact in the 1,000-year fort. How you doing, Eriptris? Stone, the miner, has created odd shit. Has created odd shit Thesazzer. I don't think that's a word. No, it's oddish Thesazzer. Imikathriatos. A nice grate. Oh, great. Great. It's great. I'm going to tell you how great this grate is. Because it's the greatest grate to ever grate. But the universe is the only soul and we all share it. I like that theory. Yeah. I don't believe that we have a soul. We are simply a collection of neutrons that's firing that makes decisions based on what is best for us to exist, to continue existing. Had to cheat, had to cleep? Clearly you didn't cleep enough. The Raptorus. It's worth 6,000 Dwarf bucks. This is a nice grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Reg, Quickness Smith, the dwarf, and Beardstock, the speechless inks, the walnut wood bow, and nice. Reg, Quickness Smith, is raising Beardstock, the speechless ink. The artwork relates to the creation of Beardstock, the speechless inks. The artwork relates to the creation of speechless in Longdeath by the dwarf Reg Quickness Smith in the late autumn of year 6. It is a nice butte. Let the nice puns continue. So here's the question. What do we do with this nice grate? Put it somewhere. Drain stuff with it? Yeah, I want to actually keep the grate. We're gonna give the bow away because we don't really have much use for a bow, but the grate I would like to keep. I think I'm going to deconstruct one tile of this road, and we'll just put it in the road right there. Just so the dwarves see it when they run by. And then we'll kind of keep an eye on it and keep track of it, and if needed in the future, we will do something with it. An Elven caravan has arrived. I know you guys will set me on fire if I give the bow to the Elven caravan. So I don't think we'll do that. I think we'll sell them some of our bone crafts. Super fancy storm drains? Sure. That was indeed an artifact great, hence all the great puns. They're very great. Ha 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 ha. I am funny, just like all of chat. This set of jokes is starting to grate on my brain, though, so I'm gonna have to change topics here in a moment. Before we grate all of the use out of this joke. Oh, hey, I finally got the email. Twitch Prime is now Prime Gaming. We're celebrating and giving away even more PC games and in-game content. Great. Although, free games ain't bad. 5 free PC games on Prime Gaming. I don't know how you actually download them. But nobody gives a shit about the Roblox content. Warsaw's a neat game. Blazing Chrome is also good. Chroma Squad is good. I can't read. Oh, they're giving away that Shaq Fu game? I heard that game was, like, oddly racist. I'll take free games. Sure. Claim, 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 claim. Bunch of random free games. Gaming.amazon.com/loot, by the way. If anybody wants this shit. When you think about it, super intelligent, capable of flying silently, with ears so good. So, a little while ago, I posted... Uh-oh. We have our first depressed dwarf. El Naso. Wants decent meals. Had to drink water once. Do we actually have alcohol? We should. Hmm. I'm gonna give you a statue. Wants decent meals. What do you prefer to eat? Barley wine, yak's milk, and eggplants. Hates rats. What are we eating? What is our meals? What are the prepared meals that our dwarves are enjoying? Hooray Marmot Lung Roast, Wolverine Lung Roast, Wolverine Lung Roast, Wolverine Lung Roast, Wolverine Tripe Roast, Prepared Yak Spleen Roast, Turkey Hen Egg Roast. I love how they specify it's a turkey hen, implying that potentially there's other types of turkey eggs. Prickleberry Roast and Pecans Roast. I need to play that because the soundtrack is on vinyl and it's really cheap. Spaceship Rat. I know that's a weird reason to want to play a game, but an affordable soundtrack that's on vinyl is always a reason for me to double look at a game. I mean, I could, like, not allow them to. Actually, hold on. I've got this one still that's just making drinks from fruits. How about we make a second still for making drinks from plants? Cow soap. Shoutouts to the cow soap. Although on the topic of records, I think Black Screen Records actually still has a deal going on. Picked up Shadowrun Dragonfall's soundtrack for €6, which is really cheap for a record. And shipping was only €8 for me. So, like, damn. Looking forward to that one. Potato wine indeed. Yep. Request a trader at that depot. I wonder if there's any rumors. Oh, shit. There's no longer a blue line. So now in the early spring of year 6, Yusharir Construct Splashes has become the mayor of the Gem of Funerals, replacing Lance Trifle Peak. So they have fully reclaimed that fortress and are now electing a mayor, and have now elected a mayor. Good for them. You have to keep an eye out for new settlements popping up. They're up to 60 dwarves in Metal Partnered. Skullgirls? Really? I like the soundtrack to Skullgirls. I've actually played Skullgirls. I'm not much of a fighting games person, but that game's been around long enough. We're officially at war with those Dark Goblin pits. I think there's some goblins that we're still at peace with. Yeah, these guys, the random horror of the Joyous Devil. We're actually at peace with, which is interesting. Also, shit, I'm pretty sure that there's another Helix here now. There was only 3 here initially. I'm looking for expansions, primarily. Also, we are familiar with a Kobold faction. Yeah, the Joyous Devil's at peace with us. Interesting. The Fragrant Bear. Elven Civilization. Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames. A few. I'll drop the bitrate just slightly. If that stables it out. Still dropping a couple frames. Gotten some things down that might eat up the internet. Yeah, the internet's gotten much less stable. Pandemic happened. And even my, like, ISP sent out an apology about that, which I think's funny. I think the concept of free will is nonsensical. I think that, I mean, we're operating on instinct based on our environment, right? There is no predefined fate or any of that bullshit. That stuff doesn't exist. Well, we do have a fate, and that's we're going to wither away and die and decompose and become part of whatever this universe is again, right? That is our fate. So of course we have free will, but we are operating under what is best for our personal survival at the time. And if our brain's idea of what personal survival is to cease existing, that also is a form of self-preservation. If you just don't want to continue existing, which is a dark way of looking at it, but Our minds just want to exist. All right. Those are all of our crafts, which we need to get rid of. Now let's have a peek. What do they have? They have a wolf. Ooh, that would be good to guard our artifacts. Imagine like a war-trained wolf. Ooh. If your definition is too strict, they can just apply to biological chaotic system. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, your brain is a quantum computer. If you want to talk about quantum stuff, your brain is kind of a quantum computer. I mean, there's no reason for me to buy apricots, almonds, or plums because we're growing all of those here. A crystal opal pedestal. The hell? Also, wait, hold on a second. Blazing... Am I reading that right? Blazing cloth. Is that vault shit? Hey, hot cup of tea and fog. That's some vault shit. Like, we should almost trade for that. And, well, first off, I'm taking that crystal opal pedestal. Most certainly. What is vault shit? Okay, so in Dwarf Fortress, spoilers! If you care about spoilers, plug your damn ears. In Dwarf Fortress had... actually, here, I'll do this. I'll give you a big old thumbs up and go full screen. I'll go full screen for spoilers, and I'll stop being full screen when I'm done with spoilers. Okay? So in Dwarf Fortress, there is this thing called hell. There's also these things called vaults, right? Now, demons live in hell, right? And there is a way to get to hell, which I won't get into. Vaults exist on the world map, on the surface, and it's where demons live, essentially. You also have these creatures called vault beings or angels, whatever you wish to call them, that live in the vaults. Now, there are certain items that can only be found in the vaults. Blazing items are some of those, including shimmering metals, shimmering cloth. Essentially, this is an item that is made by a god in the pre-world that is placed in the vaults, that is finite and hard to find, especially in long games. I.e., we should buy these strings. Kind of tempted to just, like, take them. But does the Sims deity have a sun deity? Blazing Cloth is sun god? It's a good question. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to trade most of this, because I'm only buying a wolf from them right now. Yeah, like, I've already noticed that my faction has reclaimed a fortress already. And we're only on year 6, implying that a fortress was lost already. So I'm wondering if somebody's already broken into a vault. Because there's vault items out in the world. All right, so we're going to trade those. I'm going to turn off this text for a second here. We are going to go to prepared meals and throw 2 prepared food barrels into there. We are going to... Actually, no, I can't do that because those are elves. Here's what we can do. I've got this gem cutter, jeweler shop. Let's cut blue jades, put that on repeat. Cut purple spinels, put those on repeat. Actually, here's another thing we could do. Goblet, iron goblet. Let's make up a bunch of rock mugs. Elves have that. They don't believe in deities. That's probably why they're trading it. Hold on. Let's just have a peek. Associated with jewels and wealth. Okay. Stone, who's your deity? Stone doesn't have a deity. Stone isn't religious. I respect it. Zapdos. Who's your deity? Ashen. Deity of the ignited creation. Female dwarf associated with earth. Also Shin. Cassie. I'm just grabbing a couple random dwarves. Aged. Also Ashen. Actually, hold on. Let's do this way. This is much easier. The god of lush. English to the embraced roses. We have a god of lust. We have the god of speech and persuasion, a god of death and disease, a god of wealth and jewels, fortresses, war and valor, mountains, and earth. Okay, so it must be somebody else's deity. No religions yet. Interesting little thought. Also, El Nesa, what do I need to do to make you happy? You're satisfied at work. Trying to think of something repeatable that El Nesa could just do that would keep him happy. Maybe a human pantheon? It's possible. Chili. Let's try this. Let's have a look at this. I wonder even. There can't be that many. Hag of Evil. Forgotten Beast. Hold on a second. Okay, no, they're just two different things with almost the same name. That would be too difficult to dig through. Regardless, though, we need to buy this frickin' blazing fabric strings, because somebody made an instrument piece out of that. You could get loads of statues of Neck. Yeah, we did have a reanimated Neck crawling down my front lawn, which is still endlessly entertaining. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a little bit more valuable. Still not valuable enough, though. There is only 3. Yeah, you're right. There was only 3. Trying to think, what else can we sell these things? I guess like uncut gems, maybe? Actually, you know what? El Meso? You've got too many jobs. Let's put you on brewing. There you go. Go brew drinks. Might just be YouTube being trash. Here, I'll turn it down a little bit. Selling godly music strings? Yeah, pretty much. Man, I really wish that they'd buy those crossbows, because I've got some really nice crossbows. I'm debating selling my axes. So I can make more. Also, before I forget, you go there. Also, I need to place this cage. It's a featherwood cage. Oh, that's cool. Has the wolf in it. Take the wolf out of it. Because we now have a tame stray wolf. What's going on in this fort? You've been binging Star Trek Next Gen. Ooh, what part are you on? What season? Sorry, I like Next Gen of Star Trek. This fort is a Millennium fort, so it has kind of a ridiculous goal. We are trying to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. Is that possible? Like, I don't know. Honestly. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. And frankly, I don't really care. Yeah, I frankly don't really care. We're just kind of, actually, let's make an iron chain. We'll chain up that wolf. Season 2, episode 11? You're into the good shit now. Are you watching the full thing, or are you doing the abridged, like, only watch this episode, and this episode to get maximum character development and minimal filler? Because I personally think that filler in Next Gen is quality. And some people think that it goes off the rails towards the end, but man, I love the way that series ends. It's so fucking good. Yeah, so we're trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. I've had a bunch of naysayers on Reddit and some people in chat that think I can't do it. Frankly, I don't care if we do, because for me, this is more just kind of about the fun of attempting it more than anything. A Voyager? I need to... I've been kind of between shows for a bit. I've just been watching a lot of documentaries and reality stuff, but I think the next heavy show I'm going to actually just sit down and watch is going to be DS9. Honestly. Because it's been a while. I started watching... The thing was, me and my ex-girlfriend, we watched all of original series together and all of Next Generation together. And she'd never seen any Star Trek. So When she left, we'd only just finished Next Gen. Didn't ruin Star Trek for me by any stretch, but I kind of needed a break, and I think I'm at the point now, because it's been almost a year, where I can pick up DS9. DS9 is awesome, only last season sucks. I agree with that. Yeah, I can get behind that. Last season was kind of a... It's obvious that the show was kind of getting written out, if that makes sense. Like, they're kind of... It had gone too long, in a way. But, you know, that's common for shows, right? You know, they just kept continuing being... And I think that even happened with Next Generation. Like, they kind of ran out of shit, and they were just kind of redoing the same episode after episode after episode after episode. But that's okay. Also, hello, Ethereal XD. Welcome to the stream. All right. What was I going to do here? I was going to make pedestals. Yes, so display furniture. Yeah, which is rock pedestals down at the bottom. And something else that we need to do. Make an altar and some bookcases. So I would like to try... You know, I've never actually sat down and watched a lot of Stargate. I'd probably really like Stargate. Satisfied at work, El Neso. You know, El Neso, we're going to take you off of road building, wall and floor construction, and construction removal. And take you off of those jobs, because El Neso looks like the first dwarf that we're actually going to need to kind of baby a little bit. Because he's our first dejected dwarf. He's rained on. He's dejected. He's unfocused. Although he's frequently depressed, which is apparently a strengthening after being caught in the rain. Someone care to explain that one? Maybe he was like sad and dejected or something before. But, you know, if we can just... No! They're leaving. We didn't get the strings. Oh well. We got a wolf from them, and we got that opal altar, which is really cool. Or not altar, pedestal. Regardless, though, I can display our walnut wood bow down here. And I'm going to put an iron chain down here, and we're going to chain up a wolf down here. Which we should probably train, I think. And this is also, this is one of those signs that we're doing well, is jobs are getting canceled because we've run out of hard rock. That's a good sign. Also, you know what? Let's carve up a few more rooms here. Pre-carve a few. Something we might have to do with this whole area eventually is seal the whole damn thing off. Maybe once... Here's an idea. Once every 100 years, we seal off the labyrinth layer. So, like, this doorway is like the doorway to the history layer, right? Once every 100 years, we seal it off and lock the whole thing up. But right now, we have these statues, right? Also, hold up. That name's familiar. I missed the start line. What are we talking about? We're talking about Star Trek currently? Or no, Stargate, rather. Yeah, I missed the beginning of that. All right, so over here... Oh, really? Interesting. The world is small. One of my favorite random, like, oh, I know X celebrity or X writer things from the chat was I mentioned that I was going to go see, or no, I just seen Papa Roach live. Just met him. Or like literally just seen them live. And someone in the chat piped up who's lurked for a couple of years on and off. It's like, really? You're a Papa Roach fan? Like, I never pegged you as a Papa Roach fan. I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, I've produced their last 3 albums. I was like, whoa, okay. Like, I'm not a fan of their recent stuff. He's like, yeah, they're kind of hip-hoppy now. Okay. Because he saved your school's newspaper. Really? Huh. I mean, one of my favorite, like, random celebrity things that I've met Ryan Reynolds. Not even, like, in a, like, big meeting thing. Just passively. Because there is a local movie theater here that Ryan Reynolds paid to save. He kept the theater running because it aired some of the earliest films that he was in. So he bought the thing and kept it up and running. And, like, gave it back to the original owners, basically. He saw my Comic-Con once. And, I've just seen him there when I've gone to go see movies. Okay, so we've finished cutting our gems. I wonder if those elves will bring that item again. Because I've seen them bring the same item twice before. Dejected when caught in the rain. All right, let's read something about you. What do you like? You like Billins, sunstone, green glass, and alpaca wool and hemp paper. Dream of raising a family. Personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. I mean, Ryan Reynolds lives in my city, right? Another name drop that I can give you, who I haven't actually directly met, but I've been in the presence of, is Seth Rogen. Seth Rogen is basically doing his best right now to keep the Vancouver Aquarium alive because, in quotes, it's his favorite place to get stoned. And COVID-19 is kind of killing the Vancouver Aquarium. Which I think is hilarious, by the way. That he's saving it because it's his favorite place to get high and go to. He also campaigned heavily on Twitter to rig the voting to name an octopus after him. So it's named Seth Rogen, spelled C-E-P-H, Rogen. Because it's a yeah. I love Seth Rogen. He's a wonderful human being. I've been looking for a really... By the way, if someone can find me a really good soundbite with no background audio of Seth Rogen talking about being stoned, anything, just like roll it, like any line from Seth Rogen, because I need a new 420 sound for bits. If someone can find something of that. If someone can find that, that would make me really happy. Because I need something like that. Welcome back. You've been out on the balcony a little bit looking at a massive cloud overhead? Ooh. Single droplet of water hit your cheek. So, are you saying that you are now indoors due to... Will I go take a big rip of weed? I don't like being stoned on stream. I've done it before, but I don't like being stoned on stream. What about a line from Pineapple Express? We could do that. Okay, we could make that work. As long as there's no music in the background. Not reveal any personal information. I'm trying to think of ways that I could keep this dwarf happy. She has a sense of duty. Friendly individual, and she's conflicted by this. She's focused with satisfied needs right now. But you like green glass. What if I go to this glass furnace? And make a green glass... large menacing green glass spike. Green glass cabinet. We'll put it in your bedroom. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe a green glass coffer? Coffin. Yeah, that's very wholesome. Box. That's what I'm looking for. Call them boxes for some reason. Chests. Boxes. It's a dice, Enrico. I don't think they have any use in Fortress mode, though. So I need to build a temple. I think I know what I'm going to do for the big temple, though. Because I can actually start working on the design for the actual fortress itself. Which is quite literally just, we're going to dig this shit out. Basically, so here's why I've got this wall around this river, right? I'm going to channel out this whole thing, okay? And dig a massive mining pit. Because dwarves. Because so many dwarves would sooner see the world burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. It's topical. So we're going to dig a great mining pit. And we're going to keep this river and allow it to flow over top of the great mining pit. How are we doing for drinks? 142. Excellent. All right, so where's El Neso's bedroom? Hey, War Merchant. And thanks, by the way. All right, so that is your bedroom right now. Let's give you that green glass cabinet, and we'll move that one out. Let's see if we can just get that one moved down. Welcome back, Nervous Beehive. Can anyone else smell snow? He is blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom. All right. El Neso Tindir. Because my parents have insisted my entire life that you cannot smell snow. And I've genuinely believed my entire life that I can smell snow. Also, nice. 69 years old. I can also smell rain, but snow has a very distinct scent. And it's funny because I'll go outside and be like, smells like snow. And then like read on the news that there's a snowstorm up in northern BC. I just think that's kind of funny. That's a garbage dump. Also, cheers to everybody who's following the stream. I see those names. I don't like to, Oh, I see the problem here. I was like, why is that not working? I hit caps lock at some point. But, thank you. For those of you who are following the stream. Okay. Rain smells of fungus. Explain? This is interesting. I like fungi. It's more the smell of frosty. They often come together. Yeah. I mean, it's just like that nippy, like ice in the air kind of. It's like almost a taste. That the air can have. You feel it. There's snow on the wind. See how El Naso's doing. I'm like very much babysitting this dwarf right now. Just meditating. Euphoric due to inebriation. Felt satisfied crying on somebody in charge. Content after having a pretty decent drink. Good. Blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom. All right, let's take a peek at the drinks actually. Also, I should peek at my bars. 3 ash, 3 coal. We need to make some more charcoal. You up like 10 charcoal or so. Make some iron shields. Drinks. What are we drinking? Drinking. 152 drinks. We split beer, barley wine. That's what that dwarf likes. White mullet beer, apricot wine, plum wine, and dwarven wine. Delish. All right. Let's pop over to you. What do you guys think of this fortress so far? I know that the goal is a lot of just kind of wishful thinking more so than actual potential success. How's my military doing? Satisfied teaching fighting. Cool. They communed with their god. You were bored after being unable to practice the craft. That's... but you should be okay. Bored after being unable to practice craft. So they both want to practice craft, but pretty satisfied. I just found out your dad grew up in SoCal and didn't. Interesting. Just popped in so you have no idea. It's a 1,000-year fort. So it's a lot of micromanagement, basically. Dwarf Fortress is a pretty macro management game, generally. It's a lot of like just kind of viewing the world as a whole. Rather than focusing on very small details. But right now, we're very much treating it as a very micro-management game. Dwarves are still invading those goblins. Ooh, what's this? Got some new rumors I haven't seen before. In the mid-autumn, Simo became the expedition leader of the Rampart of Speaking, replacing Cybrek. Conditional job orders? I don't have any automation, no. I am doing everything manually. I don't even have a manager currently. We just have a bookkeeper and a broker. A bookkeeper/broker. Speaking of which, let's check in on Cole. How's Cole doing? Brought human caught in the rain. Okay, but was content after putting on a well-crafted item. All right. Fair enough. Speaking of, actually, how many pigtails do we have? So I should process some plants. $24 pigtails. All right. That's actually a job I'm just going to leave on repeat. Yeah, one of the reasons I'm being very specific and not using job orders is I'm forcing myself to keep very close tabs and everything in the fortress. Building upon the lack of decent meals. That's going to be twist. That's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. Technically, I have 1 pigtail. Pigtails are a plant. It's a flower, and they use it to make fabric. This stuff. This is what it looks like. Pigtails. But it can be made into a fabric. They don't really do it these days, but was a thing. But yeah, no, Padinsky, I do agree. It's conditional job orders are a thing that I too am spoiled by. But it's, I don't know. I'll probably eventually give in on that and start using them. But for right now, I'm trying my best not to. Because I don't know. It's one of those dated terms, pigtails. Cool. They both have iron spears and iron shields. Excellent. It's very much a dated term. I've thought about trying to learn how to braid my own hair. I've had my hair braided before, but I can't. I don't have the coordination and practice to do it to myself. Thought about doing that. I might start doing that. But no, this whole fortress is going to be super cool once I actually build the design that I'm working on. It's going to take a little bit. It's raining properly now. That's what you want to see. Blissful remembering sleeping in a great bedroom. Oh, interesting. Wants to practice some martial art. How about this? I'm going to make a new squad. Actually, no. I'm going to make a new squad from this screen down here. New squad with no uniform. And I'm going to name this squad. Martial arts club? Wrestling club? Wrestling league? Big Wrestle Boys? WWE? Show wrestling? Basically, I'm thinking about making a fight club. I'm thinking about making a wrestlers squad. That's specifically wrestlers and specifically for dwarves that want to practice some martial art. But I don't want to put into the military. Bear huggers? Yeah, demon wrestlers not welcome. And the reason I want to do this is because in Legends, you frequently see fortresses holding wrestling competitions. So I could specifically make them train for like 1 season a year type deal. Bear huggers? How about bear fighters? Bear fighters, a non-combat league. So, their equipments. Okay, so there it's no uniform. So, need to make them some sort of spot to tell them where to fight. I will construct a rock armor stand. Luchadores! Wait, I mean, that's not a bad idea, actually. Dwarf fighters? It's a good name. I like it. And El Neso is going to be the captain of that squad. Be kind of neat if they could get like a positive mood from being made the captain of a squad. Kind of a neat little thing. All the dwarves are currently busy. All the same, anyways. Well, I mean, as Fog's from the UK, I don't think Fog speaks Spanish. I just love the mental image of a Lucidile star poses in a fort, about to suplex one another. Someone needs to. Like, I don't think I've ever actually seen images of dwarven wrestlers. Like, just the image of a dwarven wrestler wearing, like, a mask. Because they can make masks in Dwarf Fortress. Wearing a mask. And a loincloth. Like a troll leather loincloth or something. With, like, silk shoes. Wrestling is just wrestling a demon, even. Is a really good mental image. Question is, you know, I'm going to put this this wrestlers group down here. Down by the bedrooms. Like, you know, it's just you wake up and go do your Dwarfolution Pro Wrestling. Dwarf Pro. Dwarfolution. I like dwarf. Here's the thing. DORFolution. Dwarfo. Dwarfolution. If you're going to do that, you got to do it right. The bear fighters will train down there. Make them actually fight bears. Also, shoutouts to our guard wolf. Animals. I can't train the wolf for war? Really? Ow. Should I make that wolf available as a pet? Because the wolf is literally just a artifact guard. That's all it's doing. It's on a chain infinitely, forever, until it dies of age, guarding an artifact. Should I make it available as somebody's pet? That's pretty safe down there, I would say. Speaking of pretty safe, Thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. Gurgi Kilidus returns. The Cobalt. Did he actually get anything? I doubt it. Cave spider silk loincloth and a large silver dagger. Large silver dagger. Damn. That's quite the costume. Holy crap. Press Extra. I don't know if you're still lurking, but... Press Extra, do you mind if I share these on stream? If you're here. Regardless, go peek in the post art section of Discord. If you're on my Discord. Let's actually get rid of kind of some of these corner bits. I don't like the way this looks. There we go. This is kind of a nice curve to the road. I'm the shouldn't finish that sentence. Wolves just tied to something around you. I mean... I don't think I can just give an animal to a specific dwarf. I'm going to make it available as a pet. We'll see who grabs it. It might just maybe it'll be interesting. We'll find out. Let's also gather a bunch of plants. We'll brew through them. I'm also working on some thread and plants and cloth because I need some plant cloth to begin making some clothing. We're still brewing a whole bunch. Hey, Hops, how are we doing? How is things, Hops? If you missed the beginning of it, Hops, we're working on a 1,000-year fort. So the goal for this fort, no idea whether or not we'll achieve it. Probably not, but that's fine. Is to make a fort that lasts 1,000 years. Whether by boredom or destruction, we shall persist. The Fortress of Longdeath. The goal to outlast the odds. Speaking of odds, work due to inebriation, dejected after decent meals. Are you liking the whole training thing? Certification classes a bit earlier tonight. Gotcha. Well, we need to make a Keurig and a Lular. Which, by the way, is not a coffee maker and a reference to laughing. Those are the two most popular instruments I see the dwarves using. Or simulating. Keurig and Lular. Let's have a peek. Let's see what... Let's see what we can do. All long-term forts usually, with the main problem be goblin invaders. The main problem would be your own dwarves. There are a multitude of ways of just avoiding combat altogether. So actually, like, a tiny handheld metal stringed instrument. I guess I need to make strings. But we don't seem to have the option to make that. Hold on, let's forge rhubarb. Lular yoke and lular strings. Let's make 2 sets of strings and 2 yokes. Let's see if they'll go do that. They should. Got 10 charcoal. We're going to need some more. But no, the probably, like, honestly, the biggest issues with long-term forts like this: frame rate, your own dwarves, and the player's patience. Those are the 3 biggest threats to a fort like this. Player's patience and your own dwarves and frame rate. So it's going to be very much a test of persistence between myself and the dwarves. Whether or not I, as a player, can last that long, if you will. Although I have a very real suspicion that the Steam version will be out before we get that far. Which is kind of a neat thought, actually. Because our quick maths is, if I don't ever pause, frame rate stays good, and dwarves don't tantrum spiral themselves to death, this fort will take me 27 weeks if I play 6 hours a day. And as somebody on Reddit pointed out, so it's a full-time job of Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress already kind of is my full-time job. I'm not even bragging. That's just kind of the truth. So. How's the rest of chat? We've been pretty talkative up until like the last 5 minutes. Chat, how we doing? Can we get a round of beers? Hops would like to know what's up. And how's your Monday going? I mean, it's Monday, so I think that should say a lot, right? There's probably a few people who haven't seen DF before. And there's also a few people that are pretty new to DF. I know that. We've struck more blue jade. Lots of blue jades. Also some more iron ore. Let's smooth this. Because this creek, we don't want to, you know, cause ourselves any problems with the creek. Glitchy. Bale clips and Skater XL. How excited are you for that new Tony Hawk? Or that Tony Hawk remake, Fog? Also, what are the odds we'd ever get another one of those nostalgia videos for that series that you did for a little bit there? I would love to see more of those. Seems like lurkers don't get beer? I mean, here's the thing, right? Crypt beer is the emote that you get by paying me money. But there are many other ways to get crypt beer given to you by the bot. The beer's emoji is one way to get it. Just typing in the word beer in a variety of different languages works as well. Not all languages, and it won't ever be all languages, but lots of different languages do work. Mine out those gems. What are those? Those are wild chinchillas. But sometimes humble lurkers suddenly find themselves with emotes. That's not always the case, so. Not Japanese, no. You know what? A number of people have asked for moon runes. Let's see if I can make that work. There you go. Weeb's up. You add mon logic? I don't know what that means. You know what I really should do is I should add pig Latin. That's what I should do. I should add pig Latin to the bot. There we go. We get all those gems out of there. Unsuspend all of those. Thanks, Hops. Also, you sniped me with one of those awful hyperscape emotes. I can now say Hex go burr. I'm upset. But thank you very much, Hops, for gifting us a Quetzalcoatl. Enjoy those stupid skulls in your ad-free viewing, courtesy of Hops, for 30 days. Welcome. What language is that? I don't actually know. Well, this is fun. El Naso, the only depressed dwarf in the fortress, who's about to, be taken off of training duty anyway. Has been taken by a Fey mood. Okay, it's claimed a crafts dwarf shop. That's fine. Grabs bones. Okay, what else do you want? Stacked cloth. Square blocks. What time of year is it? Midsummer. Really need silk. We really, 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 really need silk. Stacked leather. Skeletons. Stacked cloth. Square blocks. Stacked leather. Skeletons. I mean, you already grabbed bones, didn't you? Let's slaughter one of those turkeys. We'll see if that we'll see if that helps. We will see if that helps. It's obviously not pigtail cloth that you want. Okay, it's obviously not those bones either. Fuck. Are there any spiders' webs in the trees? I doubt it. But sometimes you can get elusive brown recluse spider silk. Like, see, you're weaving thread into cloth right now. A ton of pigtail cloth. But unfortunately, is there any type of beer when it's room temperature? Is there any? Oh, that's better? There's two kinds of beer. There's beer that I don't mind drinking regardless of the temperature, and then there's beer that I hate in certain temperatures. A stout, I don't mind drinking a stout at room temperature if it's a good stout, right? Like, I'm okay with sipping a stout for 2 hours, and I don't think it ever really gets worse or better. An IPA, I can't drink it at room temperature. In fact, I would say I despise it. Yeah, room temperature bitters. Do you think all beers are better? I think hoppy beers are disgusting at room temperature. I can't drink a hoppy beer. Like if it's a super hoppy IPA or ale, can't do it at room temp. Same with like lagers, in my opinion. Why do you ask though? Pops. Do you have a bunch of different beer and you're trying to figure out which one's good to drink at room temp? It's the biggest fucking debate ever, isn't it, Morden? I love it. I love it so much. I'm stupid. It weeds out the people who don't have a sense of humor real fast. W. Because there are some people who just like pop in and they're just like, Keck W. And then they get I'm stupid and they're like, you're dumb and rude. And then they leave. And it's like, bye. But if you can Keck W and get I'm stupid and think it's funny, you're going to get along just fine. All right, so I do have the Lular strings and the Lular yoke. Hopefully, El Neso doesn't die here. It would be very sad if El Neso dies here. Okay. The Luyar is a tiny handheld string instrument with a metal yoke and a stone body. Okay, so I need a stone body for it. So I'm assuming masons, potentially? Or also, maybe, cancel. A Lular sound chest. Try that. Make 2 of those. What is it normally? This bloke. This guy. It's actually like kind of a wholesome meme. It's just this dude with no teeth laughing his ass off. That's what it is normally. So, but people use it in there is no thing. It's just literally just Tech W. Yeah, it's just him laughing his ass off. And it's fine, but people use it in really shitty contexts to laugh at the streamer. And if you're a streamer like myself who doesn't have the thickest skin in the world, it can get just really mean really fast. There's honeybees. I have a question. Do bees affect frame rate as much as I think they do? Because I'm okay with having some beehives. Just a couple. But I don't want to do it if they're just going to wreck my frame rate. Can always exterminate them later if they do. Yeah, true. think we'll wait a little bit, but we do know that we have honeybees on the map, so honeybees are an option. Honey is an option. No, that's Omega Lull, not Keck W. Omega Lull is the big, wide lull full of soup. All uppercase. Jelly. All uppercase. You know what? Let's just make this easier for myself. Instead of doing that channeling right now, we'll just do it this way, because I kind of only want to do one layer at a time. I don't get overwhelmed with boulders. Needs a BTTV add-on? Yeah, I mean, here's what it looks like. It's FFZ specifically. You can, computer. Yes, you can indeed, computer. Good job, computer. Also, speaking of those of you who can computer, if you can computer, you may like to know that the glorious Blaze Ball has returned. So you can bet on the holy, endless game of Blaze Ball once again. I'm placing my bets. If you're unfamiliar with what Blaze Ball looks like, it's the shit. It's betting fake money on fake sports. Blaze Ball, yes. It's betting. It's like, what if somebody was really, really baked and made a baseball betting simulator, but they knew nothing about how baseball works, and they made it a blood sport. That's Blaze Ball. It's baseball blood sports, the fake betting simulator. And it's been down for 2 weeks. Blazeball.com. It's kind of like, if, like, Cookie Clicker was Dwarf Fortress if it was a fake sports betting simulator. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to start building a building. I'm going to start building a building. That's a weird sentence to say. Start building a building out here. And it's going to be... because everybody has told me, build a tower, streamer, build a tower. You know what? Since I am a wonderful streamer, I will listen. We will build a tower, and we will carve down around the outside of it and construct it upwards. And it's going to be constructed from the best stones that we have at the time. Currently, we have an abundance of diorite. Diorite and granite. But this tower is going to be something very important to us as a people. It's going to be what I'm eventually going to build into a library. Library and temples. But this first layer is probably going to be a temple to something. Or temples, plural. What did I build that out of? Probably mudstone. What I wanted to do. Also, man, that music got quiet. By that I mean it faded out of existence, although it's probably about to fade into. Yep, there it is. Ran out of granite. Instead of granite, I will use diorite. A basic understanding of how to play this game. What's the most complicated game you've ever learned? I kind of need to know. Like, what would you consider to be the most complicated game you've ever learned to play? I need, like, some reference for comparison. EVE Online? No problem. You can play Dwarf Fortress. No issue. Dwarf Fortress has an easier to comprehend UI than EVE Online. 2 hours? To just kind of like familiarize yourself with the UI. And if you're capable of reading a wiki, and learning from reading a wiki, just follow along with the getting started guide and you won't have any problems. A friend of mine, Rhinestone, he always said that the hardest game he ever learned to play was EVE Online. And he's picked up the game more or less by himself with nothing but watching some streams, watching Krug Smash's Your First Fortress video, and just playing the game. Like, really, the hardest part about Dwarf Fortress, I would say, is probably first-time setup and kind of familiarizing yourself with the keyboard layout, because, like, half the hotkeys are case-sensitive. So, it's not hard to get into. It's a lot of people kind of, I think, overblow the difficulty of Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, the keybinds can be a little wonky, but, like, finding a menu in EVE Online, if you don't know that that menu exists, is worse in many ways than learning Dwarf Fortress. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Right now I'm trying to build a proc-gen designed instrument. Tiny handheld metal stringed instrument with a metal yoke and a stone body. Strings are suspended from the yoke down to the body. The musician picks the... Oh. Do I need ceramic? Yeah, learning what your options are for Dwarf Fortress, because Dwarf Fortress is... You kind of have to look at Dwarf Fortress this way, and it's actually very easy to explain now that this is popular on the internet. Dwarf Fortress is a role-playing game. In the most literal of senses. But it's a narrative builder in the traditional sense. Not in the, oh, it's a role-playing game where you play through a story, right? You make your own fun. So imagine you're playing GTA RP by yourself. Except every single one of the dwarves is a character. So unlike, yeah, exactly. It's like a randomly generated Civ role-playing game. So it actually has a lot in common with like Crusader Kings, for example. Crusader Kings being the Paradox grand strategy role-playing game, where you role play as various great leaders of the past and sleep with your siblings. So the hardest part about learning to play Dwarf Fortress isn't actually playing Dwarf Fortress. The game itself is very easy. Hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is learning what your options are in Dwarf Fortress and then building a narrative with those tools. Is the text blending together? But that's just a thing to get accustomed to. I mean, you can also, like, I agree. There are places where the text is hard to read. Like, this you kind of get used to reading it, right? But if that's hard, hit F12. It resets the game to the default text, which is much easier to read than a lot of custom fonts. Hey, Microflora. Oh, thanks for the lurks. You have good taste in streams. I see you everywhere. Like, I tune into random stream, I see Microflora. It's like, what's up? How's things? So it's like, hitting F12 is very helpful. Like, especially in the trading screen, like, I love this font. It's big, it's bold, it's easy to read. Great. Custom font. But sometimes, like, especially in the trading screen, text just gets crammed together and it's hard to see. So hitting F12 makes that a lot easier. Especially for, like, looking through the UI. It's like, I can't quite... I'm tired of this. What am I looking for? You know? You like the big font more? Same. But there are certain screens where it doesn't fit. And, like, you actually have to, like, look at something. Like, I was just looking at the... not the instruments pieces, but, like, if I say hit Q, if I'm not using this menu, the manager menu, to just, like, build stuff, which I'm not, if I just hit Q and go to the craft store shop and then say go to rock crafts, okay, all this stuff fits. I'm looking for something that doesn't fit. There's bits of this UI that don't fit and will not fit. Like, actually, yeah, like, and then they'll start cramming the text together like that. Names of items, like artifacts, for example, they'll cram together. And there's places where I can't find any off the top of my head, but there are places where it gets bad. Hang in there. Hang in there, El Neso. Hang in there, bud. Don't want you to die. You want abstract thinking. Interesting. Yeah, there are 3D mods for DF, but here's the thing. They're not really mods. Right? Like, there's the isometric one called Stone Sense, which is very crashy, not very stable. Also, Lump Beef Broth. I saw you pop in there. I didn't say hi, but hello. I hope you're doing well. And then there's Armok Vision, which is the fully 3D one. The Minecraft exporters don't really exist these days. But they're not mods, really. They're viewers. You don't play Dwarf Fortress within those viewers, right? Like, what those are for is you play DF for a bit, you open up Armok Vision and you look at your fort in 3D and go, neat! And then you close it and go back to playing Dwarf Fortress. Or with Stone Sense. If you play with Stone Sense running, your game's going to crash so much it'll become unplayable. So what you do is you play for a bit, you open your fort up in Stone Sense, make it full screen, take a nice screenshot, and export it. But you don't really play the game with those viewers running. If that makes sense. Weather is cleared. I really need Mountain Home traders to show up. And I need to buy silk from them. Yeah, might have the problem more, but it depends on, like, where the font is. Also, El Neso's been stricken by melancholy. Or went out for El Neso. At least he didn't go insane. I'm so sorry, Dwarf. So sorry. Lover of green glass. We need to buy... And if I forget, chat, you need to remind me to buy silk from this next trader. As... That is so sad. Like, see, here's an example of stuff that doesn't fit. Green glass. But if I hit F12, suddenly it all fits. Magical. Green glass coffin. Thanks for reminding me, Stone. We're gonna go dig out a tomb for him because he's just gonna go wander around until he dies. Elnesa was one of the original 7, right? Pretty sure he was. It's going good, Formal. How's things? Yeah, she was. I think. Can dwarves see the corpse through the glass and get upset? I don't think so. Because it's in a coffin. They only get upset if it's left outside. If it's inside of a burial tomb, they don't get upset. Makes it feel like you're operating complex interface, not a polished program. You guys, DF is a very complex machine. DF is a very complex machine, yeah. But here's the beauty of DF kind of microflora, is Dwarf Fortress is a very complicated machine that hides a lot of its complexity, and I think that'll become incredibly obvious once the Steam version is out. And there are games out there that already do this, that hide their complexity. Games like Civilization are a pretty good example. Civilization looks like, if you play Civilization from the beginning of a Civ game, it streamlines itself very well and never shows off how deep the game actually is. Whereas Dwarf Fortress doesn't do a very good job of this right now. But I think Dwarf Fortress is going to get to a point eventually where it does a good job hiding the fact that it's a very complicated game. Got any kids yet? No, no kids yet. We do have the one child in the fort, but the child moved in. Aripterus is doing okay. You're a little... Actually, I'm sorry, Aripter. I'm sorry to Axon. I think I'm going to make Aripterus into my doctor. Although you want to practice a craft. You're just a miner. I think I'm going to take you off of mining. Because you want to practice a craft. So I think I'm going to give you weaving because that's going to be kind of a constant. And I do need a clothes maker. And board guy, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Are there any unnamed dwarves? There's tons. Just give me a second here. All right, so you are our clothes maker now. Felt fondness remembering making a friend. You made a friend? Oh, wow. You actually have a lot of friends. Social butterfly, that. Damn. Actually, I don't know if I'll necessarily make you into my chief medical dwarf, but I'm going to give you all of the healthcare jobs. And we should actually set up a hospital. Ops, do you have any preference on type of dwarf? Because there are a bunch of unnamed dwarves. We've got some crafters, some farmers, a child, military commander, and some miners. Well, no miners, but some stone workers. Can you purchase have a dwarf? Perchance have a dwarf. Sure. You know what, chat? Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go do my injection and get my food because my blood sugars felt off all day. It was fine earlier when I checked it, but I feel iffy. I'm going to go get food, do my injections and all that stuff. And then we can do dwarf naming. So hold those thoughts. Okay. I saw the weaponsmith call in the military commando, and board guy wants a child. So I'll do all these once I get back and I've had my food, okay? Hang out for a second. If you happen to have sound commands, keep everybody entertained.
Hello!
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
You fucking donkey!
All right. Wait, hold on. Why do we have a... Huh. Cena Shovel Brews. Human Bard. I have to say no to that, I think. All right. I return. I have sandwich. Yeah, I got that. We'll follow them. Just let me do a sandwich quick and do the trading, and then we'll name you guys. You have a good night, Animal. Thanks for hanging out. I am your liaison from the mountain homes, the General, Mr. Gushkafeb. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Silk? Leather? Let's ask for silver. And because our dwarves are playing them so constantly, Lular. What was the other one? Kerig. Those two. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Fuck bards. I think bards are useful. Especially if they play good performances. Although it's really funny when you have like a bard who's a really bad bard on Box Smile. Because they'll dance or something or put on a performance and the dwarves will be upset. Like they'll get negative moods based on the performance, which is funny. They really, really, really want large gems. Silk amulets specifically? That's odd. Tapioca, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. All right, well. Let's just real quick. It's a huge pity we already lost. It's a real pity we already lost that dwarf. Like, I'm so bummed. We will buy silk. Got it. I think we're good at this point on the reminders. I mean, you guys can keep reminding me. I did ask. Sure, that should be enough. I had one job and it's buy silk. Oh, switch dwarf did you want? Did you want the weaponsmith? They can get you named now and you can check in later. Military commander? Gotcha. Just when you stop by next, get you an update. My trader is sleeping. You're nomming some cheese. Cheese is delicious. That is a lot of gems. All right. The kid will grow up and do great deeds? Potentially. Okay. Let's see if I can find regular spider silk. Because that shit's expensive. Big spider silk. Pigtail cloth. Cave spider silk. There you go. Really? Can't fathom me ending up with so much. There you go. We have silk now. Oh boy. All right, let's get those names done. So I know Board Guy wanted the child. Board Guy is a girl. I guess her name is Guy, kind of thing. A great piece of art is one that moves me. He felt enjoyment after playing Make Believe. She feels delight remembering eating a truly decadent dish. Well, obviously she prefers to consume gorilla and dwarven wine. Huh. You can tame spiders, but like taming any animals, until you've had several generations of tame animals from tame parents, they still have wild traits, so they can be dangerous. But yes, you can have tame giant spiders. I don't know about, like, vermin. I don't think you can tame vermin. She personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, but respects development of a skill and dreams of crafting a masterwork. She likes to present herself boldly. She's 10 years old, and she is one of the first of her kind. She has a very calm demeanor and does not easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She prefers a little discord and tumult in day-to-day living. She has a little interest in joking around, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. Also, small thing that I want to mention, I am so happy I wear a lot of black shirts. Otherwise, I just have, like, blood stains on my gut. All right. Brewer, tavern keep, farmer. That's a wide range. I don't have a tavern keep. I have several farmers though. They're more plant gatherers than farmers per se. Yeah, like the milker and lime makers are not actually lime makers or milkers. They're just plant gatherers. But I could give you a plant gatherer. She's a little annoyed when caught in the rain, but satisfied at work. But the last season was uneasy after being unable to pray to Fuchsia for too long. She personally hates those who wield power over others, disregards tradition, and sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, and she is only comfortable around others. Wait, what? And she is very comfortable around others that are different from herself. She could be considered rude, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She sometimes acts with determination and confidence, and she generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future. She rarely feels discouraged, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. We're going to need to give her a new job at some point because she needs to craft a masterwork someday. And she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. There's your plant gatherer. Gonna be a busy dwarf. There's lots of plants that need gathering. No, I've never played Starbound. Very little interest in it, to be honest. Good soundtrack. Really good soundtrack. There a glass gem worker unnamed? I've got a glass maker and a gem cutter. What would you prefer? What if people assume the blood is red sauce? Well, we don't call it red sauce here. Blood's kind of a different color. Been interrupted by a great horned owl. Gem cutter? You got him. Zast, who's currently telling a story. Very satisfied at work. Although he is a little accepting after seeing Danuge's dead body, and mulling over the reoccurring memory allowed him to rethink his intellectual values, but was bored after being unable to practice a craft. We gotta get you to cut some gems. You have plenty of gems that need cutting. Your deity is Shin, which of course most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. Fitting, if I may say. You have one friend who's the lie maker in the fort. Everybody else is just a passing acquaintance. You're one of the more recent move-ins. His appearance is somebody that is 85 years old and is one of the first of his kind. He is corpulent and his sideburns are clean-shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided and his long hair is arranged in double braids. He personally sees sacrifice as one of the highest ideals and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He is rarely jealous and can handle stress. He is most often cheerful, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He tries... his voice trails off when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, most recent, nothing super new news-wise. We do have this very evil biome down here. So there is a little bit of evil in this world just inherently. Pretty sure that these dwarves founded another fort. Because there were 3 when we started. So forts are spreading. Pretty sure that's a new Helix too. No problem, Unbox Smile. It's the least I can do, frankly. Let's cut some more blue jades. A little annoyed by the fact that El Neso's just wandering around in the tavern where he's gonna starve to death. Kind of a pain. I have no idea. Like, man. Epion with the 9 months with Twitch Prime. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? In the name of Epion. Keeping that sub alive long enough to get a new hat, actually. Cheers, man. It's good to have you back. I'm sad that El Naso's gonna die. Genuinely, like. It's 2 dwarves that we lost to artifacts because we didn't have silk. 2 dwarves. Not 1, 2. Such a bummer. The testers are dying? That means it's working, right? I think that's the intended outcome, isn't it? That it's a challenge for the people who are way too good at the game. For those of you who don't know, Epion CF is the developer of Jupiter Hell. This is a traditional roguelike in early access in a game store near you that isn't Epic. Managed to get to the Valhalla spaceport. So you made it too hard is what you're saying. Because that's definitely a plausibility. Toning it down. Fair. Probably for the best then. I think I need a pathway that's kind of going this way. Guess I could just make these roads out of mudstone. I don't like mudstone, it's ugly, but like, gotta have a bunch of it, might as well use it. So when can when is the next update out? Out of curiosity, Epion. Do you have a release date locked in, or is it just kind of the done when it's done situation? All right, Endok the Milker has been taken by a Famood. I will be very sad if this one also goes tits up. Claims a Craftsdwarf shop. Grabs iron ore. 2 iron ore. Gem, uncut. Be tight. Hey, don't force it. There you go. Took 2 pieces of limonite, rough blue jades, and pigtail cloth at a Craftsdwarf shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? So Epion, with this fort, I'm trying to make a fortress that can last for 1,000 years. That's the goal. Is to have a fort and keep it alive for 1,000 years. An earring? I mean, it'd be a heavy earring. A solid iron? Imagine having a cast iron earring. Bit of a music. Can they even make a portion of a musical instrument? I didn't. Is that a thing? An amulet. Nobody guessed an amulet. Endok, the Milker, has created Muthiruslam, a limonite amulet, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 33,600. Your favorite part of DF? It's funny that you say that, Microflora, because I've seen a lot of people talk about how much they hate it. They're like, I hate the moods. Why the moods? Disable the moods. This is a Lemonite amulet. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with Lemonite cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of Lemonite. On the item is an image of 2 emerald cut gems in blue jade. On the item is an image of tall crosses in pigtail. They're just fun to watch. Really? You'd hate them if you played? Oh, they're great. I love moods. Moods are one of my favorite parts of DF. Just period. Artifacts in general. They're so fun. No one has taken this wolf as a pet yet. It makes me sad. I've had this wolf for almost a year now. And it lives in my basement. Guarding my artifacts. El Naso's been found dead. Goodbye, friend. Yeah, so sad indeed. Stone's doing the honors. Dehydration, depression. You know, when they stop taking care of themselves and they just die. Failed an artifact. Yeah, the poor basement wolf, right? I was kind of hoping someone would take it as a pet, but hopefully someone will eventually. Wolf just needs pets. I need a bunch of doors. Died at level 1 to a chameleon. Chameleons are tough early. I stream the same time every day of the week except for Fridays, which I take off. And occasional other days off. 10 a.m. Well, 9 a.m. Pacific until I drop, basically. Or until I decide to turn the stream off. Which is anywhere from like 6 to 14 hours. Nah, that's not quite what I want to do. Not sure how I'm going to connect that to anything, but I'll figure it out. Masterpiece mudstone door. A masterpiece shitstone door. I'll do my best to hydrate. If you need help with DF related stuff, just shout at us. We can help. Guess I gotta go plop those doors into the fort down below. They're all doored up. Some of these aren't. Gonna need to make a few more bedrooms, even though kind of these bedrooms are all fully filled, and set them up as guest bedrooms. I don't think I've ever actually done a CUD weekly challenge. Spaceship Rat. God, I'm yawning like a problem. I slept like trash last night, for those of you who don't know. And the reason I slept like trash is because the reason I slept like trash is because I woke up super early with low blood sugar. I threw myself out of bed, rolled across my kitchen, climbed into my candy cupboard, and ate some sugar to keep myself from dying. And did that, which was fine. Then after I was done with that, I was like, well, I'm awake now. And my alarm was supposed to go off in 45 minutes anyway at that point, because I'd been up for a bit. So I was like, well, fuck it. So I just kind of stayed awake. Did a small grocery shopping session because I was out of a few things, and, you know, kind of continued going about my day, basically. And it's fine, aside from, like, I'm just drowsy. Plus, your character's pretty strong. That's good. Did they give you a preset character build for the dailies and weeklies? Is that how that works? I like how all of these dwarves are just listening to stories. We're horrified reliving seeing El Neso die. That's rough. Fondness talking with a friend, and admiration after watching a performance, bored after being unable to practice a craft. You're a lie maker. Weaving is your craft. Well, speaking of this, let's make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new cloaks. So it's hard to get going? So what do you have then? What do I have for candy? Very salty, high-carb black licorice is what I saved myself with. But, some cookies, basically. No, not Salmak. We don't... You can't really buy that shit out here, so... I do like that stuff, but you can't really get it over in this part of the world. Unless, like, you're importing stuff. Oh, and got wings. Interesting. I almost never do that for the first mutations. It's been fun the first 2 times I have done it, but... Don't like those mudstone blocks. Those mudstone blocks are going to be the bane of my existence for a bit. And to see your girlfriend. I mean, one of those seems like higher priorities than good Salmaki. I would have to import it. but I don't really care to. I needed something aside from guns that could do damage, so I got a good way to run away, which is fitting. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you could get like fire hands or something. Throw fireballs at people, why not? Oh, I know why. Refuse. Oh, there you go. Pity I made the dwarves work in the rain. I almost feel bad for them when I tell them to go do a job and I see those little blue particles appearing on the pathway. It's like, what have I done? What have I done? Winter's upon me. What's the current project I'm digging out for? I'm just making an open pit fort. So basically that pit's going to be like, I don't know, 10 Z levels deep when it's done, and I'll put the actual fort itself around the bottom of the pit. You need umbrellas? Dude, if dwarves could figure out how to make umbrellas, it would be like a fucking eureka moment for dwarven society. A thief! Protect the horde from skulking filth. He's gone. Oh, interesting. There's another one. Did he actually steal anything? No. Yeah, they tend to do that. The one thing they are good at doing is running away from a fight. But yeah, no, if dwarves ever invented raincoats, it would be a glorious day for dwarven kind. You're still dancing. Well, that's nice to see. That is lovely to see. And it's snowing. There's the snowing. So neat. Man. When people say that Dwarf Fortress is ugly, it's raining on half of the map and snowing on the other half. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, no, they are doing proper line dancing. It's cool, isn't it? This game's just beautiful. Its own unique level of, like, weird charming. Now, I wonder what would happen. I dig through the creek and block it off when it's frozen. I wonder. I could just, like, make a lake. Be an interesting experiment. But I also don't really want to, like, mess around too much with the water. I'll make you want to play Brogue. God damn, Brogue has wonderful level design. Brogue, I think, is my favorite roguelike level builder. Like, I never want to play Brogue for very long when I play Brogue. Like, it's a very much kind of a coffee break game, but, like... God, that game has wonderful world gen. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, no, once we get down, like, I don't know, 5 levels, that's when I'm going to start, like, putting housing into the walls and stuff. The problem is I don't really want to use mudstone for anything in here. But I'm going to have so much of it. It just kind of sucks. And the further down? Well, yeah, because the light is dimmer. For a second there, when you were talking about things getting dimmer, I thought you were talking about my stream. I was like, my camera hard to see? But yeah, no, there's so many little details in that game. So many little details. Also, come on. I'm constantly saying nice things about the beauty of ASCII graphics. Like, do that all the time. I mean, if anybody thinks that Dwarf Fortress isn't beautiful, they just need to watch Cupo for an hour. Because goddamn, that guy makes some amazing looking stuff. Absolutely incredible looking stuff. And then again, I think that there's a lot of different kinds of games that are beautiful. It really is. One of my dreams is I want to see somebody watercolor paint one of his creations. Like, just a layout. Like, just a design. I want to see a watercolor version of that. He was going to live on a boat all summer. Yeah, living in a boat. Hope he's doing okay. I mean, I know he popped in. I saw him in, I think, in Sal's chat. And he was saying that he'd still be gone for a bit. So, hopefully he comes back sooner rather than later. Just hack down these trees up here. I really hope that the elves don't get too mad at me. That would just kind of suck. Oh shit, we're out of alcohol. Since when I decided that I need to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years and would rather not start any wars on year 7. That's why I care about what the elves think. Depends on the run. Highly depends on the run. A weird sound outside. Low rumbling. Almost like thunder, but more like a big vehicle. But yeah, doesn't that make sense? Screw it. You know, we're trying to keep this fort alive for literally 1,000 years. So it's like, I think it's probably important and ideal even that we, you know, don't die. Yeah, look how well that worked out for him. Screw it. Actually, coffee is keyboard guy. Bullet in the head. I really like the dance that they do, because it is, as chat was saying, proper line dancing. I mean, he'd probably be dead regardless. I don't know. I don't think that that's a wise comparison to make. I'll just put it that way. Like, I don't demand utter political correctness, but I wouldn't make that comparison, especially if you're trying to convince me to start a war. Yeah, no, this fort's already making me wish that Dwarf Fortress had better ways to stop wars once they begin. Because quite literally, once we go to war with the elves in this, which will probably happen eventually, it's going to be fun trying to keep that from happening. One of my favorite subtle changes in Dwarf Fortress is how the world gets covered with snow in the winter. Like, that's so cool, being able to see the snow line. I've always loved that. There is only one Dwarf Fortress, so I guess you could say it's the original, sure. How's it going? It's going all right. We've had a couple deaths. Or a death. Two deaths. Both to artifacts. 2 deaths total. Both to artifacts. Makes me sad. But outside of that, we're doing all right. I'm very tired today, so I don't know how much DF specifically I'm going to stream today. Because my sleep was kind of screwy. But aside from that, pretty good. Just curious about the game. Okay, gotcha. So why do you ask if it's the original? Is the Slaves to Armok 2 thing throwing you off? But it's okay. We're all noobs in our own right. Some of us noobs have just been noobing it up for longer. So Slaves to Armok 1 was another game that Tarn and Zach and Tarn worked on before Dwarf Fortress. And it has nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress outside of that. They're the same franchise, but Dwarf Fortress is the original Dwarf Fortress, even though it's technically a sequel or a successor to another game. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I kind of hope it'll still be in the main menu. But yes, it is not really benefiting anybody by being there. I was like, who actually has played Slaves to Armok 1? I mean, come on. Let's just be serious for a second here. No one's actually played that shit. Ooh. I was a little bit worried that would happen. You okay there, Dwarf? Yeah, you're fine. None of those. It's a world simulation. Dwarf Fortress is, at its core, a world simulation. It's a simulation of a world that you can choose to interact with in one of 3 ways. There are 3 ways to play or interact with Dwarf Fortress. The first one is Fortress mode, which is the most popular. Second one is Adventure mode, which is an open world RPG. And then the third one is Legends, which is basically just a readout, printout of your world's history. It is not really like anything else out there except for games that are like, we're like Dwarf Fortress. And even those games that run around screaming that they're like Dwarf Fortress aren't very much like Dwarf Fortress at all. They just think that they're like Dwarf Fortress and try really hard to be like Dwarf Fortress. Probably the most notable of that would either be No Moria, Odd Realm, or RimWorld. At least Odd Realm knows it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, that's kind of the short version of it. At its core, it's a world simulation. Gonna be a little awkward. Oh, Caven, you okay there, Stone? Yeah, he's fine. Like, there's people who make the argument that Dwarf Fortress isn't a video game. And to an extent, I agree with that argument. Because it's a world that you can interact with, or just simply witness. What are we doing right now? So this fort that we're playing is very, non-traditional, per se. Actually, let me ask you a question, Harding. What brings you to Dwarf Fortress? And I'll answer your question. We're outside, mostly. This portion's in a cave, but the fortress also goes underground down to here, where we have a little bit more cave. But this fortress is in a weird world. Most worlds are much older than this one. This is a very young world. The purpose of this world is to see if we can make it survive for millennia, which probably isn't possible, but we're gonna try and make it possible, which means I'm gonna be playing this fortress probably for a year plus. World simulation's a better example because you're simulating more than just a colony. You're building a colony in a world sim. Okay. So you're like every person who's ever heard 2 cents about Dwarf Fortress. It is a true story. That did happen. Wasn't as funny as it sounds at the time. Just like the one that not as many people have heard, which happened more recently, which was the babies leeching the life force of their mothers and murdering them. But, you know, there's all kinds of hilarious bugs in hindsight that aren't funny at the time. Did you watch the no-clip video, out of curiosity? Like, where did you find that story? But yeah, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely... There was no clip? Gotcha. No clip are good people. But that video makes me kind of sad. I was very disappointed by it. As a fan of everything in that video, I was disappointed by it. I really, really, really wish they outsourced it. But they didn't. Instead, it was just kind of just 10 minutes of them talking about how Krug Smash makes great videos, which is great. Because he does. But, like, I don't know. I was disappointed by that video. Anyway, currently what we're doing is we're trying to make a fortress that has long-term survivability. So the way I'm playing is very different than the way I would normally play. The way I would normally play is a lot more just, fuck it, throw shit at the wall, see if it sticks. But I'm trying very hard to keep everybody happy and do a lot of micromanaging. Dwarf Fortress is a relatively macro management game. But here, since you're new to the game, I'll give you a brief overview of Dwarf Fortress and why it's cool. All right, so let's zoom out. This is our map, right? This is at ground level 0. It's currently winter. That weird line through the middle of the map is a creek. Okay. If I move up 1 Z level, you can see the tops of trees, the tops of my walls, and that blue open space is open space. So essentially, it's like a deeper drop off. As I move up, you can kind of see the contour lines of the hill that we are next to. If I go down and eventually go underground, you can see underground in the river and the area that I'm digging out in the pit. And then as we go underground, you can see my stairs going down, and the black stuff that looks like stars is, think of it like layers of Minecraft blocks that haven't been dug out yet. Why the creek? What about the creek? It's a creek. What about the creek? That's not a question. What about it? Give me an actual question, Django. Anyway, so there's a creek there that we're just kind of building underneath and around. And how will it help with longevity? I mean, it won't. It's just a creek. Not everything needs to help with a fortress's longevity. I'm confused. Ask a dumb question. That's like saying, why the dirt? What about the dirt? How does it help with longevity? I don't know. No, I'm not fishing. Fishing, no, gross. Yeah, I also don't understand the question. And Django knows this game, I'm pretty sure. Where is the bison? Is what you're actually asking. Hi, Tatanka. So why is Dwarf Fortress cool? Well, Dwarf Fortress doesn't do what most games do. I mean, you asked if it's similar to a bunch of games that it's completely dissimilar to, and that's because there really isn't anything that's like Dwarf Fortress. Even games that try really hard to be like Dwarf Fortress, fuck one part up. Completely. This is the world map. Most games that try to be like Dwarf Fortress have a map. And usually what it is, it's a map, it's got a randomly garbled layout with some stuff on it. And you can kind of maybe do some quests and those things. That's not what Dwarf Fortress does. This is a living, breathing, actively evolving world. Okay? Now it'll change. It threw off my groove audio. And now it'll change based on the season. It'll change as the years go by. Wars will happen. Civilizations will come and fall. It's fine audio. Civilizations will come and fall. And it'll expand in a way. If I somehow got tired of the fortress that I'm playing, or decided to not play it, I could retire the fortress and go build another one in the same world. That first fortress would continue to exist, evolve and thrive and grow and change. I could then go back to that fortress and take it over again if I wanted to. I could run around as an adventurer and explore this world in an open world RPG. Go to any of the towns, talk to any of the NPCs that are alive, that all have evolving histories that continue to exist perpetually as I go and build a fortress in that world. The other thing that this game does is when you make a new world, this one isn't the case because this one's 5 years old when I started it, but generally in Dwarf Fortress, when you start a world, it's 250 years old. That's the default. Now, it generates 250 years of history. This is 250 years of wars, kings, queens, historical figures, forms of poetry, dance, musical instruments, books, artifacts, factions, religions, gods, demons, angels, artwork, you name it. And it's persistent. And it continues to exist in a persistent fashion the longer the world generates. You can then go find any of those individual objects. You can go into history and read about stuff that you did in a previous fortress. Go be an adventurer and steal that object. It's one of the, if not, well, actually, no, it is the purest sandbox ever made. Another thing that's cool about Dwarf Fortress is its combat. And that's Zapdos! Thanks for the 9 months.
I guess I'm sharing this now, even though I got the hat yesterday.
Twitch is weird. I agree. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 9 months! So Dwarf Fortress doesn't have like a normal combat system like a normal video game would because Dwarf Fortress doesn't operate under anybody else's rules. Legends Viewer? Yeah, Legends Viewer is cool. Legends Viewer is cool. I don't use Legends Viewer, but it's cool. Because I'm using no mods. This is just completely vanilla. So normal games have like hit points assigned to a thing, and you hit the thing enough, and it does a little bit of math and takes the hit points off, and they die when they're out of hit points. Dwarf Fortress doesn't operate like that. Dwarf Fortress has bones, blood, teeth, tendons, muscles, fat, skin, eyes, internal organs, tendons, ligaments, things like eyelids, eyelashes. Yes, it keeps track of that. Every single dwarf and creature in the world has that. Digestive systems, all that shit. So this is like two dwarves training. So they're not actually stabbing each other, but like the militia commander strikes at the spear dwarf, but the shot is easily deflected. And this is all happening in real time. All those dice rolls and math is happening real time right here while those two are fighting. Also, it's snowing. That's why there's white everywhere, and the snow keeps melting. So it snows a little bit, then melts, snows a little bit, melts, snows a little bit, melts. Every dwarf has what I kind of refer to as a character sheet. Also, all of their individual gear is right there. All of the dwarves have their own gear, and it needs to be kept up. Otherwise, they get upset. This is their character sheet. This is Hops, who's our militia commander, and she is currently annoyed when caught in a snowstorm, but felt wonder after learning about dodging. And this is the dwarves' life history. The faction that they are a part of, factions that they've been parts of, assuming they're being honest about the factions that they are currently / previously a part of. Their age, their look, their likes, their dislikes, things they're good at, whether or not they're agile or get sick easily. You get a little bit of details about the species. So in this case, it's a dwarf. Obviously. If it was a human, that'd be very strange. Sometimes you could actually have a creature that is impersonating somebody else. And it gets very obvious when, like, oh, their eyes are glowing red. That's weird. A little bit about their own mental state. So this dwarf often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods. She is a pessimist, and she has a strong sense of duty, although she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she does not often feel lustful. You loved the new trees? Yeah. I mean, this is quietly one of the most important games ever made. And it's one of the most important games because Dwarf Fortress inspired a game called Infiniminer. Okay? Notch made an Infiniminer clone called Minecraft. Sold Minecraft to Microsoft. Epic Games made a Minecraft clone called Fortnite, which then later became Fortnite Save the World, which then later became Fortnite Battle Royale, which is the biggest game in the world. Dwarf Fortress caused Fortnite. This thing inspired the game that inspired the game that inspired the biggest game in the world. And how it scales? You should listen to some of Tarn's interviews. I need to make like a 6-second mind blown video about that. Just like share around on social media. Press 1 if you're a developer of a thing in the chat. Like a programmer. I'm curious actually, how many developers are in the chat right now? Not really a good programmer. I mean, nobody really knows how DF works. Only Tarn. Zero. Yeah, me too, right? Press 2 if you're dumb. 69420. Giggity. Me too. Peter, me too. I'm just like over here trying to figure out how to meditate. I got a ways to go before I get into programming. You work in social sciences? Well, you're looking at it. This is what I do for a living. I'm either winning or I already lost. It's one of the two. Continue chiseling away the side of this mountain. Whoa! No! Did stone actually get atom smashed? Nope. They're hauling them off. I was like, that'll be fine. I thought that there was stuff underneath it. That was cool? You mean one of my original 7 original dwarves dying is cool? I'm doing a great job here keeping dwarves alive, aren't I? I never realized that they put the clothing of a dwarf into the tomb with them. That's interesting. So, okay, cool. I do still have a miner left. I'm just kind of sad now. What's a tomb? Answer that question for yourself. Oh, that's a tomb? Yes, that is a tomb. A tomb that I built. Well, more accurately, it's a room with a coffin in it marked as a tomb. Year 7. And I'm going to try and keep this fort alive for 1,000. Wish me luck. The dwarves kind of have a mind of their own. You can assign them jobs and build stuff. Well, designate stuff to be built and give them orders. It's 160 to 170 or 140 to 175 years. Tarek. No, but I've never seen a bunch of clothing get chucked in the tomb area with the dwarf. I thought they just got buried in their clothing. Yeah. That's no secret. That's just a known fact. Derek? Like, there's no discovery that needs to be done there. We know how long dwarves live. Like, I don't know. I always thought of that as kind of common knowledge. To be named Stone the Second. I think we can arrange that. And the deep caverns are above? Yeah, I mean, you kind of get good at it. There are ways to trick the game into letting you playing longer. In a way. Okay, so currently the only stone on the map is mudstone. Means I need to cut out some of this stuff down here. Gotta continue this quarry building. Because I need more nice. Beyond Stone's C Mark II version 6. The Exalted One. I mean, you did get to make an artifact before you passed. Which is pretty impressive, to be honest. Oh, you mean the Roman numeral for 100? Ah, see, that's not obvious at all. I never would have assumed that that's what you meant by that. I mean, I've built through all of my stone multiple times already. And I'm kind of doing that intentionally. Kind of doing that intentionally. Because I have more mudstone than I'm ever going to know what to do with, so I'm making roads out of it. Which will eventually be suspended above the great mining pit that we are building. So I'm doing my best to work through the types of stones I don't really want in the fortress, but also at the same time making use of the ones we do want and using them all up before, we run out. Oh, hey, look. Water's melting. Although it's still snowing a little bit. I know like 1 to 10 in Roman numerals, and that's about it. Everything beyond that is like, I didn't study this shit. It's not the sort of thing I have the brain for. Why is this music so quiet? There it goes. Can't decide whether or not it wants to be quiet or, like, hearable. So what I'm doing, I've explained it a couple times, but I'll explain it again. This fortress is going to end up being a circle. So I've got about half of it done so far. I've got kind of half of the area I want done. We're going to kind of go up a little ways, up above, and then down and around the other side. It's not an artificial river. But what I'm doing is I'm building a quote-unquote great mining pit. All caps. Dwarves love great mining pits. And we are going to build a great mining pit with suspended walkways above, a tower in the middle, multiple towers probably. And because I don't want to dam the river or redirect it, we're just letting the river keep flowing over top of us. Or the creek, rather. So we are going to suspend it in sort of a aqueduct, if you will, and build underneath it, essentially. So I'm building a wall around it just to kind of make it look cooler and make it easier to dig around. If we go down, as you can see, I've kind of got it started there, but we're going to go one layer further down and dig underneath it. So it's going to be a suspended floating river, essentially. I mean, like we've talked about many times, I'm going to have a lot of time with this fortress. Might as well have some cool projects. And putting the wall around the edge does two things. It looks cool, and it makes digging out around it a lot easier. It's just a really big hole, yeah, basically. Because, like, that's one of the dreams of dwarves, is they would much prefer have the world converted into a great mining pit. It's a thought that dwarves often have. So why don't we turn the world into a great mining pit? Yeah, we're literally going to be here. Well, we're on early spring year 8. We got until the year 1005 before this fortress is done. Which I'm guesstimating will probably... I mean, we do like 2 to 4 years a stream. Streams are like 4 to 6 hours, so you can do maths. They do complain about rain if they're out in it constantly. A little bit's fine. Also, they're totally welcome to just go hang out in the tavern in the rain. I don't complain about rain. I love rain. Rain's amazing. But I admit, I am a freak of nature who dares to like rain. But yeah, no, where the dwarves are living right now is kind of, I almost always say this, but this time I actually mean it. It's a, like, temporary living space, which is eventually going to be replaced by the depths of Longdeath, the great mining pit. Defense? Here's the thing. We're not really going to need defense unless we start wars. Currently, there are no wars. So currently, defense isn't a concern. As far as future defenses goes, we'll worry about that when we get to it. If, like, a ground titan shows up, I'm kind of fucked. But there isn't really any wars happening at the exact moment, so I don't need to worry too much. And currently, I'm not too worried. I mean, I've seen the Iron Giant. I'm sure that's true. Out of earthenware? Why earthenware? I really hope that they brought that legendary object again. Really wish I had more I could sell to these twits. Let's just make bone crafts. Leave those on repeat for a little bit. I once had a one-eyed fire-breathing chicken, which was hilarious. Proceeded to flatten my fortress. Eventually died because it vaporized an elvish bard specifically that was visiting. And the elvish bard exploded into gore, and the gore got into its eye and burned the brain. Which was kind of incredible. Dwarves are just getting rid of those mudstone boulders. I never use it, and it comes from the ground. Wait, what? Also, we're not going to be digging down to the caverns, so I don't need to worry too much about stuff from there. What are you horrified about? I mean, you're not horrified for one. Oh, there you are. Yeah, horrified seeing El Naso die. That sucks. Like, we're gonna have to be pretty liberal about expelling, unfortunately, if things start to go bad for dwarves. Hopefully we get a, Caverns can have some nasty stuff. It's not that it's nasty so much, it's just the pathing hurts the frame rate. I actually quite like the Forgotten Beasts that come out of the caverns, they're fun. Alright, let's just see if we actually want to trade with these elves. Because if they still have that item that I saw last time... Okay, I don't know what the fuck these elves have been doing, but now they have translucent cloth strings. I have no idea, Hot Cup of Tea. We'll find out. I have absolutely no idea. I know Arch Crystal was fine after 500 years, so we'll see. And Arch Crystal was way more ambitious than I'm going to be. Yeah, that's Divine Cloth. They had Flaming Cloth previously. I don't know what the hell those elves have been up to, but... some sort of sacrilegious monstrosities and diving into ancient tombs of the previously dead gods. Is that just for fishing line? No, it's for an instrument. But it's interesting because translucent cloth is rare and not something you really see generally. Like, it's not super helpful for me specifically to have, but it's fucking cool. And not something you generally see just in Fortress mode. Because they may not make it. Yep. No, totally. It's highly likely that you won't see it. Also, to anybody else who's newish to DF, if you want to see some stories or lore, I do these lore videos over on the YouTubes with little stories from my forts and other things. So if you're interested in seeing some tales from the Dwarf Forts, they brought a Wolverine. Also, Quaith Seagull, just a heads up. You have a pet KV boar. You have a pet KV. Hello, big old pecker. You're tuning in for some of the content. Well, thank you, and thanks for watching the VOD. Sorry you had to watch the VOD. Twitch VODs are terrible. It'll be up on YouTube eventually, but it'll take a couple of days. So I try not to bombard people with too many YouTube uploads. Otherwise, they get a little nuts. But hello. Hi. Thanks for taking the time to stop by. Temples and inns are so nice. Efficient way to prevent a vast amount of dance. Yes, there's an efficient way. Just hit L, select the tavern, or temple and set citizens and long-term residents only or citizens only. You have them set to all visitors welcome. Visitors will show up. Otherwise, they'll just leave. You have a pet cavy. Guinea pig. Excuse me. On my plan for the brook. So the brook is going to be, well, it's been walled off. But it's going to be dug underneath, channeled underneath, and just left as is, but suspended, basically. I'll probably leave pillars underneath it so it can have, like, pillars holding it up, but essentially it's going to be a natural aqueduct. That's what the brook's gonna be. But we've still got kind of a ways to go. Because the population on the fort is so low, and because we're not at war with anybody, and because the world is so young, we don't really have to worry about werebeasts or vampires. So kind of like the worst thing that we could have to worry about potentially would be like kobolds. So the kobolds are just kind of getting dealt with as they show up. By that I mean scared away, because they're not exactly the most threatening little bastards. They're kind of cute, but they're not exactly the most threatening. So they show up and try and steal my stuff, and I say, go away, and then they run away. You're too scared to do anything fancy with water? This isn't fancy. I'm literally just going around it. If anything, I would say I'm taking the lazy way out of this water. Fancy would be like redirecting it or other things. Kobolds? I think so. I know gremlins can flip levers, and I've seen them flip levers. I've never actually seen a kobold flip levers before. I'm assuming they can. Yeah. We attracted no migrants. That's interesting. Don't really need migrants, but Got kind of distracted. Yes, that's what I was referring to. Is in game, not real life. Well, the elves have gone back onto their journey. I don't know. Again, I've never had one do that. As if I missed something. No, you own, your dwarf owns a pet guinea pig. Cavy boar. In fact, they're a delicacy in some countries. All right, dwarves, that's enough training. Let the military go about and do military things. But yeah, no, I'm still kind of in the camp of I don't know if this is actually possible. And I kind of honestly don't really care if it is possible. I'm mostly here just to kind of give it a goal and give it a go and learn as much about the game mechanically as possible while I'm doing it. Cat explosions haven't been a thing for years. And no, I don't use DF hack for anything. All DF hack does is increase chance of crashing. They're like tiny trolls. Tiny, stupid trolls. Yes. Yeah, cat explosions won't happen unless you intentionally cause one. Yes. Like years ago? It's like 2016 they fixed cat explosions? Which is why when people are like, streamer, how do you prevent cat explosions? And I go, you've never played this game, have you? They don't happen. Generally, bugs are fixed within a couple weeks even. It's like... Dwarf Fortress is nowhere near this buggy garbage mess that people seem to think it is. Like, yes, it has its fair share of bugs and oddities, but in general, they aren't destructive to your game. The memes would have you believe otherwise, though. Defunctory. Defunctory? Defunctory, I think is how you say that. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. I tried to overthink that username. Enjoy those stupid skulls, your ad-free viewing in the dwarfs. Thanks, friend. I've used gelding. Very useful for slowing down dog population. A zombie troll. Huh. I've learned about a lot of words from Dwarf Fortress, actually. Dwarf Fortress is quietly one of the most educational games I've played in a long time. If you aren't subscribed to the channel and wish to beer anyway, there's several emotes that work, including HS Cheers, the beers emoji, the beer emoji, which is beer in multiple languages. There's many ways one can beer without actually paying me the monthly subscription fee for the beer. And thank you to those of you who are hanging out regardless, especially those of you with the skulls next to your name, because you guys are the ones that keep me here. Quite literally. I get to do this full time because people allow me to. There's no other reason why. Literally just because you guys allow me to, so. Thanks for watching the streams. Well, you remember the ores of metals? Yeah. Yeah, and then when I was playing Astroneer with people, I was like, oh yeah, tetrahedra. And they're like, the fuck's tetrahedrite? And I'm like, hey. How do you not know what tetrahedrite is? Right, you don't play Dwarf Fort. Gotcha. Limonite. Yes, that's very useful. Okay, what are those floors made out of? Because I'm a derp. Diorite. Diorite. Yeah, no, you play enough Dwarf Fortress and you'll leave it with a minor in Geology and a major in English. I need some diorite blocks real bad. Which means I need to reopen the query. Down here. Or of the highest quality, you mean? All geology degrees are of the craft dwarfship of the highest quality. Yes. And you'll start seeing Dwarf Fortress references in all of the video games if you play enough Dwarf Fortress. Like, every single Borderlands game ever made has a Dwarf Fortress crossbow in it. A masterwork crossbow. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It's the description. Mugs, cups, and goblets. Coffers, boxes, and coffers, boxes, and chests. Also, the fact that glass doors are called portals, apparently. Dwarf Fortress. This game just operates under its own rules and makes me happy. Doors and portals, question mark, yes. Burial receptacle. Indefatigable. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is wonderful. And that's why so many people play it. What are these dwarves doing? You must never forget true loyalty. Repay it in full. Pleasure near a fine seat. I would have went into STEM. I would have picked Geology, though I don't know where you would specialize, though. Yeah, I probably never will go to school, frankly. It's too much work. Mining engineering? I feel like that would be a regional thing. Certain regions would have, like, a lot of focus on that sort of industry, depending on where you're from. Coal? Yeah, that makes sense. Coal or, like, natural gas, depending on, like, where you're at. I don't know. I know very little about that stuff. Because I have almost no aspirations and desire to go to any form of post-secondary. I kind of made my mind up when... around the time that I graduated, after watching my dad retrain for a second time, and just kind of went, yeah, I'm never doing that. Just no. I respect people who do, but no. Not for me. I much prefer to teach myself things and be self-employed and independent. It's like, I know so many people who, you know, move back in with their parents, save money, and go to university and retrain, and I know people who have been, like, I've been moved out. I moved out at 18, and I've never moved back in with my parents. I'm 26 now, and I probably never will move back in with my parents. And I would not give up this independence for anything. It's just... being able to be your own unique person is the most liberating thing. Unless I find myself living in a world where university is paid for, like other wonderful, magical sounding countries. But don't live in that kind of a world right now. There's many people that would love to have that taken away. Or the chance of that ever happening to be completely taken away. So, instead, I will simply continue to work for myself. But I don't know. If I find myself with no eyesight in the future and nothing else to do and not being able to be employed, I'd just go become a professional student. Seems like a good way to go about doing things. But currently, I'm gonna make a couple people's day better every day for as long as I goddamn can. Like I've talked about this many times, but the reason I do this full time, it's not because it's hyper profitable. It's not because it's easy. It's not because it makes paying rent easy. It's because I get to literally make a couple people's day better every single day. Be that the people who happen to watch my YouTube stuff, the people who happen to tune into my stream, the people who discover a neat game because of me. You know, the entertainment industry is full of savage people that are just kind of there to try and profit as much as bloody well possible. So someone's got to balance that out with, hey, I'm just here to show you that you can play some weird games. Maybe you'll enjoy them. It's funny because I don't consider myself to be particularly wholesome. But it's true. Minus all that toxic positivity. It's one of the reasons I love my stream team so much, is like my whole crew, we're We're all like positive people without being toxic positive. We're all positive people without like overdoing it for the sake of overdoing it, if that makes sense. This conversation is... Here's the thing, right? One doesn't need to be wholesome to be uplifting and honest, right? It's like, I can have interesting, honest, human conversations. Don't need to be particularly wholesome to do that. Excuse me. Apparently I have the slight case of the hiccups. Now let's go over there and do that. You think you can go to bed and come back later? I mean, I'm probably going to switch games soonish here. But yes, you probably can. Be honest and wholesome. Yeah. I mean, I think it's good to have a contrast between just like ultra positive and wholesome and being honest, you know? Like I'm not a happy person all the time, Civ. I'm not. There's many days where it's like sitting in front of the camera and entertaining people isn't easy. There's many days where I get down and I'm not happy because I'm fucking human. And there's a lot of people that who do this for a living, that would like you to think otherwise. Thief! Stinking horde of filth. Oh, wow, he made it all the way in. Chucks. Are they trap avoid? Hold on. I got, I think, a Wolverine in a cage. Yeah, I did. You don't have to be wholesome 100% cannery. Like, on 100% canneries, you can just be a good man. The good worldview. Keanu Reeves is, yeah, Keanu Reeves is an inspiration. I'll say that. Or a marmot. Look at this little marmot running around. Kind of surprised I haven't run out of alcohol more, actually. Cobalt's a trap avoid? Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I kind of like the Dwarf Fortress, like, just community so much. Because, like, I mean, obviously there's portions of every community, I think, that kind of has problems. And Dwarf Fortress isn't free of that. But I'm a little worried about the Steam version kind of ruining some of this, but I think Dwarf Fortress is one of the most mature and just excited to see people excited about Dwarf Fortress communities out there. Like, there isn't a lot of communities like that, really, like, surrounding video games. Like, there's a lot of really good game communities out there, but it's very rare to have a game that's this in-depth, that's been around this long, where everybody is just happy to see people interested in it, you know? Like, there's other examples of games that have been around just as long, and the people who play it are an insufferable bunch of twats. You know? I'm going to throw out Space Station 13. Great game. Super deep. Fantastic. People who play it are a bunch of morons. Like, it's painful to look at that community as a whole and say anything nice about it. Because there's so many people who play that game that are just kind of the worst kinds of people. Maybe it's just because Dwarf Fortress is single player. Yeah, same hot cup of tea. Yeah, no, totally. Big old pecker. Like me and a friend, we were playing a game that we used to love playing called Fistful of Frags. We were playing it last night and having a really hard time enjoying it because people playing that game were just being complete assholes. That's just an old fucking source mod cowboy game. Yeah, and continuing to make it, big old pecker. Continuing to make it. Have I seen you around other streams or Reddit or something, big old pecker? Because your name's very familiar. It stands out in my brain. Memorable. Four 4:45 a.m. or p.m. You have a good night. Day? Afternoon? See ya. We'll see you later, Great Padinsky. You can't really be bad at it. Can certainly be good at it. Uh-oh, we got another depressed dwarf. Okay, so I've had 2 dwarves that have been frustrated after a lack of abstract thinking. So I'm going to make a library. I have no books. We're going to make a library. It can be very small. Nobody's written a Necronomicon yet, so that would be difficult. Alright. Literally, I looked at the history. No one's written a Necronomicon yet. No books have been written yet. That's how young this world is. There was like 3 books and none of them are Necronomicons. Oh, crap. Well. Oh well, it's fine. Wonder if our dwarves will write anything. I need paper first, which I don't have. That would be cool, though. They need to make discoveries first, though. Like people, well, I mean, I have a lot of time. Okay, that's why I recognize your name then, Packer. I have a lot of time in RimWorld. But RimWorld's one of those games where, and I've discussed this with people who also really like RimWorld. RimWorld is kind of a terrible community. Like, as a whole, most of the people who like RimWorld, totally fine. But that game has this weird way of bringing out the worst in people in a way that drives me nuts. But those 2 come to mind. I mean, thank you, Zapdos. I mean, when Steam comes out, this is what's going to happen. 3 things are going to happen. You're going to have the big strategy guys are going to come over, but they're kind of variety. So, you know, you're going to have your Burke Blacks, your Co-Carnages, your probably Cringer, Shenrir, your Quill 18s. They'll pile in. Yeah, I mean, you would know, right, Microflora? They'll pile in. And they'll be around for a bit. They'll finish a run or whatever they consider to be a run, and then they'll leave. They'll go play the new hot thing, right? And that's about it. It's the people that are left over afterwards that will continue creating stuff, right? And I hopefully will be able to ride that boost. Yeah, sure. Verge Skeletor will stream once. Quill introduced you to DF? Yeah. I mean, I think Disnoff said he'll come over too. I'm surprised Disnoff hasn't, like, set half of his chat on fire. Whenever he plays RimWorld, it's sometimes hard to read. It's like, kind of as you were saying, Microflora, like, RimWorld is, most of the RimWorld community is great. And then there's like 1 in 100 people who plays RimWorld that I just want to strangle. Because they're like, do you know you could eat people? Have you ate anybody yet? Hey, can we sell some slaves? Oh, that person's 15 and they're a prostitute. It just brings out the worst in a specific demographic of people, and I want to make them hurt. I want to watch them play getting over it for the rest of their lives. Potentially, yeah, actually. Oh, there it is. Actually, like, the Wolverine is fighting with my dwarves. The dwarves are just, like, trying to pick plants and apples and stuff. And this Wolverine's just attacking them. If they're going to be evil, let them do it in the game. Sure, but they don't have to be weird about it. You know, like, I can be super evil in Dwarf Fortress, but I'm not going to be weird about it, you know? Like, there's a very big difference between, all right, let's go to war and murder a bunch of people, and let's eat them. You know what I mean? Like, there's levels of, I'm going to be fucked up in this video game right now. And there's a way to just take it way too fucking far. To the point where it ceases to be funny. It ceases to be entertaining. It just makes you look like a child. And that's a large portion of the RimWorld community. Like, I was watching one of my teammates the other day, and she was streaming another game, not RimWorld. And a lot of her community watches RimWorld because she streams a lot of RimWorld and has streamed a lot of RimWorld in the past. And somebody was like, well, obviously they like this game because there's cannibalism. Like, it's sort of like, just because that's an option doesn't mean it's the only way to play. And if you just go on and on and on about how much you love that part of the game, if that isn't weird to some people, just because free dog food, no, totally, and I agree. I always used it for wolf food too. It's like I had somebody come into my chat around the time I started streaming a lot of Dwarf Fortress heavily. Or this person used to watch me play a lot of RimWorld back in the day. Came in and said, so what kind of drugs can your dwarves do? I'm like, well, you know, they have alcohol. Okay, but what kind of drugs can they do? This game doesn't really have drugs in it. Okay, well, can you eat your enemies? Can you enslave them? Not really. I mean, you can put them in traps and throw them in volcanoes. Or crush them. And then they're like, well, this game's stupid, basically. Never came back. Like, if that's literally the only way you can get off, there's a problem. I don't know. They can get woozy when spider bites them, yeah. They can get dizzy. They can get drowned in alcohol. And I'm somebody who supports the adding of smoking into Dwarf Fortress. Exactly! So what I'm trying to say, Zapdos, is the members of the RimWorld community that I don't like are a bunch of fucking elves. That's it. You figured it. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Yeah, but Rim has jetpacks now. Those jetpacks are pretty cool, actually. I gotta give them credit for that. Hey, Storm Scourge. I don't know. There's many things I love about RimWorld. There's many things I love about Dwarf Fortress, and a few things I liked about No Moria. But, I don't know. I don't like games that bring out the worst in people, and I'm a little bit worried for the Steam release because of that. I'm sure that sort of stuff's coming. But you can say that for almost anything with the Spitalier. All right, so this will be the Palace of Gorges. That's not what it's going to be called. We'll call it the Simple Library. Liberty. Liberation. The Simple Library. I mean, it kind of already does. They're brewing alcohol out of mushrooms. They're brewing alcohol out of mushrooms. You can extrapolate that with what you will. I mean, yeah, mushroom alcohol probably not the tastiest. They get gnome blight, which gives them narcosis on parts of their body if they touched it with. Really? I've also never seen a gnome in Dwarf Fortress. I know they exist, but... Oh. It's like, why is the game running so slowly? Did I just frame rate die? No, I was paused. That tastes awful. I was saying that it makes them hallucinate, but you know. I mean, magic mushrooms are a thing. That's what I was insinuating. With a Goji's addiction? No, they're just dwarves. They're just perfectly normal dwarf things. They don't have any addictions. It's just perfectly normal dwarf things. I don't know. As somebody who has suffered from spats of substance addiction, just say this. RimWorld's a really bad descriptor of what addiction is like. It's horrible at it. It thinks it's super smart. It's not. It's made of cobalt bulb. You can't apply it to gnomes directly. Huh. I don't even know what gnome blight is. Like, outside of, like, what you guys were just talking about. Also, apologies if anybody here really likes playing RimWorld. I don't know. It's difficult to talk about these sorts of things and problems that you have with a community of people without just, like, generalizing a whole lot. The vast majority of people who play RimWorld are great. The vast majority. I would hope they do, otherwise they might have a problem. Is it like garlic for vampires? Although that's not actually a thing in DF. That being said, I would like to I have actually considered making a formal petition to get Tynan to change the name of the hardest difficulty back to extreme or merciless and not losing his fun. Because, come on, you're just, like, straight up taking Dwarf Fortress's motto. Like, come on, man. Rude. Like, does anybody actually like that change? Ugh. Makes me upset. Or idiotic. Cool, I'm not the... I kind of thought that I was the only person who was appalled by them. You want to practice some martial art, Anander? Well, I'm going to put you into the bear fighters and let you go fight by yourself for a little bit. I mean, they just... The biggest problem that I have with them, with the difficulty names for RimWorld now, is they don't even make any sense. Like... Losing is fun isn't a good difficulty descriptor. It's literally just a, hey, I stole the Dwarf Fortress motto. Like... Merciless makes sense. It's merciless. Okay. And no, Tynan, losing in RimWorld isn't fun. In fact, it feels unfair. Gah. How so, Ara? What part's hard to look at, out of curiosity? Losing his gun! Yeah. Don't worry, dwarves, losing his gun. The ASCII grows on you after a while? I mean, I prefer solid ASCII over this. I just use this tile set primarily because Krug Smash uses this tile set. So the most people are who watch Dwarf Fortress or who are looking to see content of Dwarf Fortress probably have seen Krug Smash and are already semi-used to it. But RimWorld clearly has a win condition. Therefore, you don't have to lose to have fun. Exactly, King. Exactly. God. I have a problem gotten over yourself. Honestly, RimWorld pisses me off, so if you see me playing it, I've problem gotten over myself. What? I don't understand what that sentence means. I don't mind RimWorld, and I'll play it for events, but I'm pretty much done streaming it, I think. Frankly, there was a time where I really enjoyed that game genuinely, and that time was a long time ago. And fortunately for me, you guys are awesome, and I can stream other games and still stream full-time. You know, I know some people who kind of have to return to RimWorld, and I don't envy them. I don't. Okay, so now we've got this wall that kind of goes up on top of the hill and kind of around the top. I mean, RimWorld never really had any dumb bugs like that. Like, it had some, but nothing even remotely to the levels of Dwarf Fortress stupidity. But yes, you're right. It certainly didn't have cat explosions. You don't really get mad over video games? Yeah. You know, I think that it was a very smart marketing strategy of Tynan to market RimWorld to the Dwarf Fortress audience. And I think that that's a totally acceptable thing for somebody to do. I don't think it's acceptable to try and act like you're replacing Dwarf Fortress. And the way that I read the naming of the difficulty, losing is fun. The way I read it is he's worried about RimWorld's future with Dwarf Fortress coming to Steam. And I don't know if he's doing it subconsciously or not, but I do actually wonder. I do actually wonder. And that's the only way I see it. You're excited to see what happens? I mean, every single medieval game was shaking in its boots when Bannerlord came out, right? In a weird way? What kind of weird way? Like, I'm just babbling right now. Like, trust me, there isn't... I don't want to see RimWorld go away. I don't. But I do really wonder if Tynan's feeling the heat. And, you know, RimWorld has kind of enjoyed this era, almost, of dominance over this genre. And has made a lot... Like, if you could even consider these games being the same genre, because I kind of don't. And it's made a lot of money. A lot of money. Off of the back of advertising itself as a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. Yes, but it's a game that's been available for a long, long time. That has had the public perception of being completely, totally, and utterly incomprehensible to a normal human being. And I think you can largely blame... Let's set up our library. You can largely blame the press and Tarn himself for that. I love Tarn. He's a great dude. He's really, really nice in person. I'm very happy I've had the chance to speak with him on multiple occasions. But every time he talks about his video game, what's one of the first things he says? The UI is terrible. Oh, you know, it would be great if more people could play it, but unfortunately, normal human beings can't understand it. You know, when someone... Is this still the hill with the laminate? Yep, this is still the same place. Hey, Shrizzle. If someone is constantly talking themselves down, or talking something that they do down, people will believe it. The public perception of Dwarf Fortress is that it's incomprehensible by normal human beings. And then those people who say that it's incomprehensible go and play Europa Universalis. Because Europa Universalis has 100,000, I don't know how many, I'm just making up a number, 100,000 very positive reviews and lots of DLC. So obviously lots of people know how to play it. So it can't be that bad, right? What does Dwarf Fortress have? Dwarf Fortress has this. Where's the download button again? You know what? I'll do this later. That's what Dwarf Fortress has. No, totally Axon. But that's why people seem to think that because if someone can see somebody else successfully playing it outside of YouTube, then they believe it can't be that bad. Almost by default. We've got this little citizens-only library up and running. We don't have any books in it, but at least they can go there and ponder things. Be social. Anandar, how are you doing? You want to be extravagant? Practice some martial art? No, that's totally fine, Civi. There's nothing wrong with waiting for the Steam version. I completely understand it. What I'm saying is, RimWorld largely owes its success to something that is now suddenly competing with it. I don't know. We were kind of talking about how, you know, RimWorld in some ways almost seems spiteful and feels like it's trying to, the naming of the difficulty, of the hardest difficulty in RimWorld to losing is fun, to me feels like Tynan being nervous about the fact that suddenly the game that he used to advertise his game largely, which is now a wildly successful game, which has only been on mild discounts and has a DLC available, I'll remind you, is now suddenly directly competing with the game that sold his game largely, because his Kickstarter was originally advertised largely on the Bay 12 Games forums, Dwarf Fortress's other forums, the fan forums, the subreddit. No, I haven't found a doctor yet. Haven't really needed one. I will let you know once I've named you a doctor, Axon. Yeah, and to anybody here who plays Dwarf Fortress and has played Minecraft once or twice, how similar is Minecraft to Dwarf Fortress? Aside from that, they're both games with proc-gen worlds. Alrighty, you go enjoy your food, Audio. Thanks for swinging by, dude. I mean, to this day, RimWorld, I think, still has Dwarf Fortress in its description. And a lot of the people saying, oh, this game is like this, have never played that game. Like, there's so many people who are just like, oh, we're making a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. It's like, well, you've clearly never played it because this is nothing like it. No, it's not actually. A sci-fi colony sim driven by an intelligent AI storyteller generates stories by simulating psychology, ecology, gunplay, melee combat, climate, biomes, diplomacy, and personal relationships, art, medicine, trade, and more. Okay, Dwarf Fortress does every single one of those things better minus the guns. Well, I mean, the one that I can't really get over is Space Haven. Space Haven's a great game from what I've played. I very much enjoy it. It's beautiful. It has wonderful pixel art. It has cool sound effects for what's there. It's a brilliant base for what could be a really cool little space colony builder. But it's got absolutely nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress. And again, they sold themselves on the back of saying, oh, it's a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. It's like, no, it's kind of a lot like The Sims 1, which is nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Are there any games like DF? Yeah. It's called No Moria. No Moria is probably the closest one. RimWorld has some similarities, but RimWorld... Okay, so this is what RimWorld did, right? RimWorld started, like, modeling itself after Dwarf Fortress and then went straight out of left field right away and went in a completely different direction. It's a min-maxing base building game. To me, a game is nothing like Dwarf Fortress the second you can select one person and be like, go here, do this thing. The second you can do that, it stops being like Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, No Moria is the one that's like Dwarf Fortress. And I would also say that, yeah, no, Nipple, I agree. I agree with that, but that's never going to happen. There's a few others. Is it worth trying? If you can get it on sale. I bought it for like $2 and I got like 30 hours out of it and I enjoyed it. Wave Depletion. I enjoyed it. it's modware now. It's owned by the community. There is a open source rebuild of it called Innomia. I haven't checked in with that in a while. It's on Steam, actually. Hold on. Let me see. Just give me a second to find it. Like, this is No Moria, right? It's mostly positive because they're not developing it anymore. But this is probably the most Dwarf Fortress-like game out there. It has its own UI problems. It has its own design issues. Let's see if I can find Innomia real quick. It's also on Steam. Hold on. There it is. Innomia. This one. This is a free open source rebuild of it. So maybe try this because it's free. And they're using the same graphics and everything. Apparently, they're also using assets from fucking Stone Sense, which I think is weird. But, like, this is probably the closest you're going to get to a game that's like Dwarf Fortress. Because it straight up says it's following in the footsteps of Dwarf Fortress and No Moria. So it's kind of its own thing again. But, like, this is probably the closest one. Oh, yeah, Odd Realm's also great. Odd Realm is fantastic as well. But again, Odd Realm, like Zapdos, you play Dwarf Fortress. Is Odd Realm really that close to Dwarf Fortress? Outside of the fact that it's a town builder with Z levels. Not really. Like, it's unfair to compare the two because it's like comparing David and Goliath. Like, Dwarf Fortress has just been in development so much longer. It's just going to be better than all of the competition. There really isn't a way to be like Dwarf Fortress unless you're already Dwarf Fortress. And even like the developer of Odd Realms, like, oh yeah, no, like Dwarf Fortress is way better because they've just had so much longer to develop the damn video game. It's not a fair competition. Is this an even remotely interesting topic? I'm just, like, babbling at this point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I honestly, though, most of those games that are trying to be like Dwarf Fortress have a lot more in common with The Sims. And you know what? They should, because The Sims is a 1,586 bajillion copy seller. And I made up that number. And The Sims 1 is one of the greatest games of all time. Straight up. Like, it's one of the most important games ever made. It's one of the greatest games ever made. They should aspire to be like that because that's what those games have in common. Or those are the games that those games are similar to, is The Sims. You're still here? I mean, that's your fault, not mine. And I'm not really one of those people, and I know some people who play a lot of dwarfs who just say, oh, RimWorld is just Dwarf Fortress with training wheels for babies. It's like, no, that's not true. RimWorld is a very difficult, fucking hard, mean game for masochists. RimWorld is a world simulation for role players. Or Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation for role players. And it's weird to see what Tynan's doing to it. Games like DF are bad. It's just calling anything that's like DF. It's a really high bar. I'm not saying all games that are like DF are bad. I'm saying I don't respect games that sell themselves on being like a game that they're not. I think it's totally fine to say inspired by Dwarf Fortress. I don't think it's fine to sell your game on the back of being inspired by Dwarf Fortress. Removing that and then trying to take that game's place. That's what I don't think is okay. Does that make sense? Like, if you're going to sell your game on the back of being inspired by a thing, own that. But don't then remove that and start putting more and more things from that game into your game like that other game didn't exist. Oh, I played Sim Earth back in the day. Sim Earth wasn't really a game, though. Earth was like a piece of software. You want a new experience? Yeah, I mean, I like sequels. Good sequels. But I see where you're coming from. Oh, shit. All right, let's make a bunch of clothing. And process plants. I've been doing too much construction and I'm getting some stressed out dwarves, which is fine. But gotta keep the dwarves happy. Spent three hours sewing a sleeve. I will never. I have so much respect for you crafters that just make costumes to that level. It's shit's crazy. Could never do that. Yet I will spend weeks of my life in a single map in a video game. Well, at least we're almost done the pathways. Interesting. The war stopped. Dwarves are no longer invading. Would you look at that? Maybe you're going too far. I don't know about that. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I like the most about the RimWorld DLC, Zapdos, is an hour more music. The Outpost Liaison has arrived. And so have the traders. I think that Longdeath is making excellent progress. What do you guys think, chat? This is a nice looking little fort, gotta be honest. Ooh, wow, they've brought a lot of stuff. It is so good. The soundtrack for RimWorld's incredible. That soundtrack is brilliant. Let's sell this clothing that nobody's wearing. All of these bone crafts. You were supposed to go to sleep half an hour ago. I guess it was an engaging conversation. We'll see you later, Zapdos. And just, I guess, kind of to close this off, I don't want RimWorld to go away. I want RimWorld to be its own unique thing. I'm just worried that the developer of RimWorld is focusing on the wrong things and is going to hurt his own game in the long run. It's weird that the DLC is sold as Space and Nobility. And like the decadence. I think that a lot of the mechanics added in the DLC are kind of crud, but you know. Mistum returns. I am still your liaison from the mountain homes. Greetings, dwarves. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? More silk, my friend. It is important that we have silk. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Craftsdwarf ship. You finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. But you're just repeating yourself? Yeah, but there's always new people in the conversation. Axon, like, do you have an idea how many times I repeat myself in a day? God. Farewell, Tapioca. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Fortress of the Millennia. May you stand the test of time. No, totally. It's not all bad. But I'm not gonna get into the nitty-gritty of the RimWorld DLC. My opinions are pretty publicly known about it. I largely think it ruins the game mechanically, but I digress. Where's my trader at? Uh-oh. Okay, we've spent too much time building. We need to spend a good couple of weeks indoors just relaxing with the dwarves. You enjoyed the hang? You'll be back? Cheers, dude. On every single day of the week except for Fridays. Although I won't be on this coming Saturday because I'm going on a hike with my dad, assuming my foot stops hurting. And weather permitting. All right, so they brought a bunch of parchment sheets. I'm going to buy the cheap parchment sheets. No books, but that's understandable. We'll try and get ourselves some spider silk. Maybe some leather too, because it's cheap. Also, no human traders, now that I think about it. All right, we've traded with them. I disagree with that. Humans bring the most books. You want abstract thinking real bad. Weaponsmith. Make you into our scholar at the Simple Library. And you're pondering anesthesia. All right. Humans and elves never seem to bring anything you want. Humans bring books and literature and instruments. the most, I find. Dwarves bring the most of everything. Elves bring animals. So if you want big pets, you need to look to the elves. Oops, wrong button. It's blissful remembering a great dining room. Dining in a great dining room. Sad dwelling upon somebody's death. Was frustrated after a lack of decent meals. Confused dwelling upon being knocked out. Hang in there, man. Yes. With stuff in them. Pets. And you know, honestly, thank you to those of you who watch the stream and listen to me babble about the same things. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with me at the end of the day, in my opinion. You guys are more than welcome to disagree with me on any point that I might have. I'm not trying to be kind of like the be-all, end-all, but I don't know. I talk about things that I think are interesting, and hopefully you think they're interesting as well. Well, that's all I really ask for, is if you think what I'm talking about is interesting, chit-chat with me about it. Got 2 dwarves pondering. Okay, so we've got a few dwarves pondering now. It's fine to listen. I mean, my streams are just like a solo podcast a lot of the time. We've made some good progress, though. I love the way they dance. They dance in like this box. Well, looks like we got a human mercenary hanging out. Okay, so here's a question. How much writing material do I need? Let's do 100. Then let's go up here. Go to Craftsdwarf ship. Or Craftsdwarf shop. Let's say rock. I need choir. Thought that those were there. Scroll rollers, bookbinding. Where are choirs? There it is. Make a choir and put it on repeat. Let's give you... Yeah, you've got that. Currently, you're weaving thread into cloth, though, which is good. Cool. Moral is making choirs. So what I'm hoping is that we can get some of the first books into the world. And currently they're all researching. Look at them all researching. First book will have pop-up pictures. I'm sure that's all they'll be able to draw. I love how this dwarf is disgusting anesthesia. In before we just become like a fortress of scholars. Like a small fortress in a grand library of scholars that lasts for a millennia. That's got a nice kind of ring to it. I can get down with that. Interesting. That's cool. Chill music, I like it. Starbound has a great soundtrack. There we go. We've got 3 writing material. Storing item in location. Those are quires. We go put those into the chest. I think I might need to make them tables. Keyword here is might. 1,000 years of dwarven knowledge. Because the dwarves can make discoveries. And they can learn stuff. Be extravagant. That's a hard one to deal with. You also want abstract thinking. You know what? Anander. I'm also going to make you into a scholar. Yeah, they can make discoveries, but like here's the thing. It just becomes dwarven knowledge, right? So like a dwarf could make a discovery about the stars or about chemistry. It doesn't actually change the faction at all. It just increases their knowledge and what they can write books about. So you could have a book written about the tides or about weather patterns or something else. But in order to figure it out, they have to ponder it. Like this dwarf is pondering gears. This one's pondering diseases. Personal interviews. They're thinking about it. And if they think about it enough and discover something or learn something, then they can go write about it. And we have writing material in our library. 6 already. Hopefully we'll have some more soon. Because I think we get 1 writing material for every piece of parchment that we make. Or that we make into a quire. And then they can go write quires, which are the simplest form of book that you can make in Dwarf Fortress. Books are more complicated. Scrolls are also more complicated steps-wise, so we're just making quires, keeping it simple. And then they can also copy books. They burn down? Derek? Kind of just gonna let them take a break for a little bit. Just hopefully they can be as happy as possible. Oh, this fortress is going to be utterly nonsensical by the time it's done. All right, so I have 10 writing material in the fort library. Now we just need some tables. We have chairs. And hopefully they will hop up and write some stuff for me in our itty bitty witty little library. Because it's so good. All right, let's see how Anander's doing. Interested after discovering costume. Still confused dwelling upon being knocked out by a cave-in. Like me dwelling upon discussing roguelike genres. Got a lot of pigtail thread. Decent amount of pigtail cloth. I'm just hoping that we can see them write a book. The thing I'm kind of really hoping for. Anesthesia. That's a weird one. Such a weird one. Also, we're on year 8, Tarek, just to be clear. We have to get to year 1005 for this fort to be done. Which means we're going to play it forever, probably. until it just like gets smashed into a pulp by something scary. All right, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break. I'll BRB. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? And thank you very much, everybody out there who's lurking. Thanks for listening to the channel and hanging out. Seriously. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here, frankly. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Bumwreck, I think that's enough.
Cheese for everyone!
Enough cheese, and also enough mudstone scepters. I return. No! Cena's shovel bruise. You human? Human bud. Nah, can't have you stay. Hey, Jack. No books yet? Much disappoint. I guess they have to continue pondering. Any tantrums? No tantrums. Got a couple depressed dwarves. But the depressed ones aren't very depressed. Like, there's different levels of depressed. And none of them are super bad. I'm just kind of giving them a break. We've done a lot of construction this year. So I'm going to let them just kind of chill for a little bit. Aside from the brewers. When you can't type, you go to sleep. Sounds like a good reason to sleep. Yeah, no, we're just kind of giving the dwarves a break. But yeah, no, in general, I'd say the fort's doing pretty okay. We're making pretty decent time. For beverages and foods, what are we consuming? We got split beer, barley wine, quinoa beer, white mullet beer, potato wine, prickleberry wine, fisherberry wine, and dwarven wine. For meals, we have a good selection of marmot roast, tripe roast, spleen roast, a hen egg roast, almond roast, and pecan roast, and apricot roast. Variety of roasts. Delicious. Sure, there's many finely minced and superiorly minced ingredients in those roasts. So I would say the fortress is doing pretty good. Fortunately. We've recently built our first library, which is very small. Very quaint, one could say, which is this. A simple library. Like, this is one of my stressed out dwarves, who last two thoughts have been positive. Fingers crossed. Kubok, boat steam, the furnace operator, can kind of pull out of that stress that he's currently in. We have a few scholars in the fortress, which seem to very much be enjoying their job. I'm just hoping they can write us a book. Sooner rather than later. But we've streamed almost 7 hours of Dwarf Fortress today. And I think it's been a pretty good run of DF today. So I think it's time for us to save. And jump over to another game. I do have some unnamed Smiths, but I'm literally just swapping games. Do you want me to pop back in and name you a Smith? Here, we can do that. Currently, we have a furnace operator, who's a little on the stressed out side. Most of them have been retrained into crafting and stoneworking. So it's kind of hard to spot that, but I can give you the furnace op if you'd like it. A little bit stressed, but I think you'll make it through. She has the appearance of someone that is 65 years old and is romantically involved with Reg Quicksmith, and a worshipper of Ashen. Her hair is dry, that's very long, and it is neatly combed, cobalt eyes with large irises. And her broad ears are flattened. She personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Does not care about family one way or another, relies on the advice of others, and she only rarely tries to assert herself in the conversation. But she's unfocused with unmet needs. We're working on that, though. Anyone here played Life is Feudal? I kind of skipped Life is Feudal completely, both of them. Are you talking about the city builder or the survival game? I have a friend who plays it. He likes it. I don't know. It doesn't look like my thing. But we've done really good work construction-wise today. We've got more to do. Big projects. Is technically older than the world, yes. That happens with young worlds. No recent news in the world. Although the goblin pits have spread. There's another goblin pit right here, which is probably behind my camera. It's right there. So that's a new goblin pit. So that's cool. Not a lot of elves. Probably why their caravans are so small. But, like I said, I think now is a good time to save. And we're going to jump over to some Risk of Rain 2 for the remainder of the stream. I will be streaming Dwarf Fortress tomorrow. I like to just end off the stream with something else. If you're looking for a good cozy stream to go watch, that's Dwarf Fortress. I'd recommend Mossy. But we're going to keep going for probably another 2 hours or so. Let's see if we can get into some of that new hard mode. You glad you got here when you got off work? Cheers, dude. I mean, all of the VODs will be available online. In places where VODs are available. Including up on the YouTubes eventually.